Chapter 749. Establishing a force. Thinking of this, Yi Fei's spirit was lifted. Ever since he entered the chaotic ocean, he had been suppressed. The news of the ancient sect ruins was undoubtedly a ray of light in the dark night. It finally gave Yi Fei a chance to turn the tables. But if he wanted to turn the tables, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to fight against the entire three great sects. This could be seen from the fact that Zhao Qianjun was unable to destroy the three great sects and chose to leave. It seems that in order to fight against the three great sects, I need to establish a small force. This way, after I leave, I can provide a certain amount of protection for the warriors of the Northern Domain. Since he had decided to establish a force, he would definitely need a large number of people. Yi Fei quickly focused his gaze on the captured Wu Jun. "Are you willing to submit to me?" Yi Fei went straight to the point. The old Wu Jun was very surprised. "What? You want us to be your subordinates? Young Master Yi, what's the difference between this and killing us?" "Yes, young Master Yi, the Heavenly Sword Sect and Divine Dragon Island are looking for you everywhere. Although the Divine Fist Sect has not made a move yet, they will definitely make a move soon. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against the three great sects. Even the number one loose cultivator, Zhao Qianjun, could not do this." The other captured Wu Juns also shook their heads. They were shocked by Yi Fei's strength, but they were not optimistic about Yi Fei's confrontation with the three great sects. Zhao Xianian was furious when she heard this, not to mention that this was related to her father. Zhao Xianian stood out and scolded, "A bunch of old things without balls. I'm a woman, and I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Who said that Yi Fei is alone? We can all help him. Yes, we are willing to support young Master Yi." Sensing that this was a good opportunity to repay Yi Fei's kindness, Elder Lu and Elder Tang, both of whom had received Yi Fei's kindness, responded one after another. "Even so, your strength is still very weak." It was still that old Wu Jun. Yi Fei could see that after Go Dao died, this person should be the temporary leader. It seems that if I want to subdue this group of Wu Jun, I have to subdue this old man first. Yi Fei pondered for a while and quickly came up with a good idea. Yi Fei said to the group of martial lords, "You're not willing to join us only because you believe that with the power in my hands, I am unable to contend against the three great sects. But what if I have the ability to contend against the three great sects? Then we'll join you." The dozen or so captured martial lords said in unison. However, their gazes were still filled with suspicion. Yi Fei nodded. This was what he had been waiting for. Seeing their reaction, Yi Fei took out the Jinwu token again and handed it to them. "Look, what is this? Is this the Jinwu token of the real Martial Sacred Academy? Young Master Yi, how could you have such a thing?" The group of Wu Jun were all shocked. "Humph, to tell you the truth, young Master Yi is a disciple of the real Martial Sacred Academy." Elder Lu and Elder Tang took it for granted. They also took a fancy to Yi Fei's identity, so they supported Yi Fei. As for why Yi Fei became a disciple of the Sacred Academy as soon as he came out of the northern region, no one thought about it. This was also the limitation of the individual cultivator's vision. To put it bluntly, these individual cultivator Wu Jun were not very knowledgeable. If it were those Wu Jun from the major sects, if Yi Fei took out the Jinwu token so easily, they would definitely wonder about the origin of Yi Fei's Jinwu token in their hearts. The Sacred Academy of Zhongzhou Province was indeed very shocking to these individual cultivators. Even the individual cultivator Wu Jun, who was not very knowledgeable, looked at Yi Fei in a different way when he saw the Jinwu token. It turns out that young Master Yi not only got the inheritance of a holy sect, but also is a disciple of the Sacred Academy. If we have this identity, we can compete with the three major sects. Young Master Yi, we've decided to join you. After all, they were individual cultivators. Their leader, Go Dao, had died, so they didn't care whether they were loyal or not. Even if Yi Fei was a disciple of the Sacred Academy, they felt that they could take a gamble. "Well, since everyone is willing to join us, I promise that as long as we individual cultivators unite, we will never be bullied by other sects again. Yi Fei encouraged them appropriately. His words immediately made all the individual cultivators present Wu Jun excited. They shouted excitedly, "Yes, we have to unite. Why can the other sects occupy so many resources while we individual cultivators can only work here? We have to rise, and young Master Yi is our hope. If all the individual cultivators unite, and we have a disciple of the Sacred Academy like young Master Yi to support us, what do we have to be afraid of?" Thus, under Yi Fei's call, the loose cultivator martial lords of the Star Cluster Stronghold and the Star Cluster Stronghold quickly united. They even actively tried to persuade the other captured loose cultivators. Soon, all the individual cultivators on the battlefield, except for the individual cultivators who had died in battle and the Zheng family warriors who had been killed, decided to join Yi Fei and do something big with Yi Fei. Even Yi Fei himself didn't expect that his casual words would have such a huge impact on the rogue cultivators and have such a far-reaching effect. It seems that the life of the individual cultivators in the chaotic ocean is really too hard. Yi Fei sighed. The three major sects had always looked down on individual cultivators and bullied them. They would never have thought that a single spark can start a prairie fire. When the strength of individual cultivators is united, it is in fact a very good force. After resolving the matter of the individual cultivators, Yi Fei and Zhao Xinian led a large group of individual cultivators back to the Star Fortress and brought Zheng Wei up again. Zheng Wei cried out in pain as soon as he was brought up. "Young Master Yi, it hurts so much. Please heal me first." Right now, Zheng Wei's appearance was also incomparably wretched. Not only did he have a broken arm, when he was brought over, he was even secretly beaten up. Who knew how many times? Even though he was a martial lord, at that moment, Zheng Wei was already on the verge of death, feeling as if he was going to die. It's just a broken arm, not a broken thing. How can you die from a little blood and pain? If you scream again, do you believe that I will beat your balls out? Zhao Xinian scowled. She still remembered that at the mine, Zheng Wei said that he wanted to take her as his 19th concubine. Of course, she wanted to vent her anger. Yi Fei also looked at Zheng Wei with a sympathetic gaze. Sure enough, it was better to offend a villain than to offend a woman. Zheng Wei was going to suffer a lot. But in the end, he was an enemy. Whether Zheng Wei was dead or alive, Yi Fei did not care. There was only one thing that he really cared about. "Zheng Wei, where is the ruins of the ancient sect that you found?" Was needed to open it. When Yi Fei came back, he had carefully analyzed the situation. Zheng Wei actually found the ruins of the ancient sect, but did not go in. Instead, he came over to deal with Zhao Xinian. Obviously, there may be some conditions needed to open the ruins of the ancient sect, and this condition was most likely on Zhao Xinian. To open the ruins of the ancient sect, one thing is indeed needed. That place has been set up by Zhao Qianjun. Unless the correct formation map is found, otherwise even powerful people cannot enter. Zheng Wei's answer this time was very straightforward, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a deep chill flashing. Chapter 750. The mystery in the painting. Yi Fei of course knew that Zheng Wei had no good intentions for revealing the secrets so quickly, but the matter of the ancient sect ruins was too important. It was not only related to whether he could go to the central continent through the chaotic sea, but also related to the safety of the captured Northern Domain martial artists. After all, there were a total of 500 young martial kings that went out to sea for the second time, and Yi Fei, including Jing Wushou, only had 30 or so people. In other words, there were more than 100 Northern Domain martial artists that may have been captured by the Sky Sword sect and Divine Dragon Island, and were being tortured and interrogated every day. Among these people, there were not only Northern Domain martial artists, but also people that Yi Fei knew. For example, Lu Zhaoyong, according to Yi Fei's knowledge, also went out to sea with the second batch of young martial kings. "Zheng Wei, tell me, where is the ancient sect ruins? Where is the formation map to enter the ancient sect?" Zhao Xinian sent the other elders away, leaving only Yi Fei before she finally asked, "Hey, Zhao Xinian, don't you know that the formation map is on you? It should be a relic that Zhao Qianjun left for your mother. Otherwise, why would I spend so much effort to marry you as a concubine? Zheng Wei looked at Zhao Shinian with a strange expression, then suddenly screamed again. Evidently, his idea of taking a concubine had undoubtedly touched Zhao Shinian's reverse scale. Zhao Shinian very naturally walked over to Zheng Wei's side, and very accidentally stepped on Zheng Wei's body, and it just so happened that she stepped on that place. Yifei had clearly heard the sound of something being crushed. He looked at Zhao Shinian with incomparable shock. No wonder she was a woman of the Zhao family. Zhao Shinian's move was simply too cruel, too terrifying. That was a real egg being crushed. Zhao Shinian, you actually stepped on my... Zheng Wei's face was filled with severe pain, so painful that his eye sockets were about to burst. In the end, he could not catch his breath and fainted. The cruel scene, even Yifei could not bear to continue watching. He faintly felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly called out to Zhao Shinian, "Forget it. It's more important to find the formation map first." Zhao Shinian gave up the idea of stepping on him a second time, clapped her hands, turned around, and quickly left with Yifei. At this time, Zheng Wei, who was already half unconscious from the pain, gave Yifei a grateful glance. It should be said that, if it were not for Yifei stopping her, with Zhao Shinian's vicious beast temper, it was very likely that she would have stepped on him a second time. Zheng Wei, who had suffered such humiliation, would certainly commit suicide out of grief and indignation. Now that there was still a single garlic left, this was already a blessing in disguise. "Miss, these are Madam's belongings. There is nothing noteworthy." Zhao Shinian went out and called Elder Tang over, because her mother's belongings were all collected with the help of Elder Tang. But these things were very ordinary. Yifei and Zhao Shinian searched for a long time, but still could not find any trace of the formation. Zhao Shinian was suddenly enraged, rubbing her palms together. "Is Zheng Wei lying to me? It seems that I haven't taught him a lesson enough." Yifei could not help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "You crushed Zheng Wei. If he dares to lie to you, then he must be tired of living. Elder Tang, think again. Is there anything else that you have forgotten?" Yifei could only look at Elder Tang and let him continue to recall. Elder Tang recalled for a moment, then shook his head and said with certainty, "Madam's belongings are all here, except for the portrait that Madam often looked at. There is nothing else." "The portrait that she often looked at. Where is the portrait? Take me to see it." Yifei hurriedly said. Without any clue, he could only grasp one clue at a time. "This." Elder Tang cast a hesitant glance at Zhao Shinian, and seeing Zhao Shinian nod, he brought Yifei into a secret room. "This is the place where Madam last stayed before her death." The secret room was very clean and tidy, but no one had lived here for many years. The air was slightly humid, and the only decoration on the wall was a portrait of a woman. The woman was very beautiful, but the face in the portrait was covered with a thick layer of dust. "This is your mother?" Yifei asked. "No," my mother said, "this is Zhao's fox spirit. If it weren't for this fox spirit, my father would not have left my mother. I should have followed my mother's instructions and destroyed this painting. I will destroy it now." Zhao Shinian was about to attack in a huff. Elder Tang tried to persuade her, "Miss, please calm down. This is after all the most important thing to Madam." "The most important thing? Why does she want Zhao Shinian to destroy it?" Yifei was confused. He hurriedly took a closer look at the portrait. Then in Yifei's mind, a melodramatic thought suddenly flashed across his mind. "Damn, no wonder I felt this portrait was very familiar. Isn't this what the Empress Dowager looked like when she became younger?" But Zhao Qianjuan's character was really strange. She was clearly his mother, but before she left, he actually lied to Zhao Shinian's mother, saying that she was a woman he found outside, and then resolutely left. Zhao Shinian's mother most likely could not withstand this blow and died of depression. Before she died, out of jealousy, she simply ordered Zhao Shinian to destroy the painting. But there was one thing that was very strange. Any woman, upon seeing the portrait of a love rival, would immediately destroy it. Why did Zhao Shinian's mother keep it? and only ordered Zhao Xinian to destroy it before she died. Is there any secret in this painting? Yi Fei curiously took down the painting, looking left and right, but did not see anything. The portrait also did not have any hidden compartments. What's there to see? It's this vixen that killed my mother. I'm going to destroy it now. Zhao Xinian was still very agitated. This was also the reason why Elder Tang did not want her to come in, because once Zhao Xinian came in, she would easily lose control of her emotions. Yi Fei also hurriedly stopped Zhao Xinian and said to Elder Tang, "Elder Tang, go get a basin of water." "Why do I get water?" Zhao Xinian and Elder Tang looked puzzled. "You'll know when I get it," Yi Fei said mysteriously. Elder Tang had no choice but to get a basin of water. Zhao Xinian also looked curiously at Yi Fei. Yi Fei did not say anything, just studied the portrait for a while, and then suddenly threw the portrait into the water. Zhao Xinian and Elder Tang's eyes widened. "Yi Fei, what are you doing? Why did you destroy my mother's portrait? If you can't tell me, I'll kill you." Zhao Xinian also grabbed Yi Fei's collar, raised her fist, and was about to hit Yi Fei. Yi Fei was depressed. This Zhao Xinian really knows how to turn hostile. She was the one who wanted to destroy the portrait, and she was also the one who hit him. It was her. Chapter 751. The Zheng family's evil plan formation map. Zhao Xinian was a little dumbfounded. Her gaze towards Yi Fei inevitably became very strange. "How do you know that there's a formation map in the portrait? Did my father tell you? Tell me, where's my father now?" Zhao Xinian suddenly became agitated again. Yi Fei also understood Zhao Xinian's feelings. Poor child, her mother had left early, and her father did not know that she was his daughter. No wonder her temper was so fiery. He really felt sad for Zheng Wei. Silently sympathizing with Zheng Wei for a second, Yi Fei's attention quickly focused on the formation map. It had to be said that Zhao Qianjun was really strange. Even for the woman who loved him, he did not tell Zhao Qianjun's mother about the secret of the ancient sect, but gave the formation map to Zhao Shinian's mother for safekeeping. Maybe Zhao Qianjun hoped that her love would turn into hatred and completely forget about him, and destroy the portrait to discover the secret in the portrait. Yi Fei thought to himself, and then sighed. It was a pity that Zhao Qianjun had misjudged the woman's love for him. Even if the portrait was of another woman, it was the last thing that Zhao Qianjun left behind. Zhao Shinian's mother did not have the heart to destroy the portrait, and eventually died of depression. There's an interlayer hidden in the portrait. If it was not masked or immersed in water, I would not have discovered it. Yi Fei, is this really not what my father told you? Zhao Xinian once again looked suspiciously at Yi Fei. This time, even Elder Tang looked at Yi Fei with suspicion. The interlayer was hidden so well that they had not discovered it for decades. How did Yi Fei see through it at a glance, and even know the method to obtain the formation map? Yi Fei felt that he was too unlucky. His original plan was to follow the methods that he saw in the future and speculate whether there was something like hidden ink in the portrait, so he thought of using water to water the painting. As a result, it caused a misunderstanding between the two. "I swear, I definitely don't know where senior brother Zhao is. This can only be considered a coincidence." Yi Fei had no choice but to swear, and only then did the two of them dispel their doubts. Zhao Xinian also let out a disappointed sigh, and then took out the formation map from the interlayer of the portrait. "What do we do now? Go directly to the ruins of the ancient sect?" "Of course." Yi Fei nodded seriously. At the end of the day, his identity had already been exposed. Regardless of whether it was the Zheng family, the Heavenly Sword sect, or the Divine Dragon Island, they were all powerful enemies. If he did not quickly raise his strength, Yi Fei believed that he might not be able to leave the chaotic sea alive. "Eldest Miss, young Master Yi, if you leave, what will happen to Cluster Star Island? What if the Zheng family can't find you and comes to take revenge on us?" Elder Tang suddenly felt a little worried. Yi Fei smiled and comforted Elder Tang. "It's very simple. If you can win, then fight. If you can't, then run. Wait for us to come back. Then you can gather again." Hey, that's a good idea. Anyway, we're loose cultivators. Wherever we go is our home. Elder Tang felt that Yi Fei's idea was good. He went out to arrange this matter. Yi Fei and Zhao Xinian discussed for a while, and then decided to immediately set off and take Zheng Wei to the ruins of the ancient sect. Of course, before he left, Yi Fei once again robbed Zheng Wei without holding back. The new spatial belt was accepted by Long Gang with a smile. The precious talisman of 10,000 miles in a flash. Yi Fei gave it to Jing Wushou. He believed that with this treasure, Jing Wushou's life would be saved. Zheng family. Relying on the miraculous effect of the 10,000-mile instant talisman, Zheng Jing was finally able to completely shake off Yi Fei and successfully escape back. Then, without caring about his injuries, he stumbled and ran towards the patriarch's room. Zheng Wei's father, Zheng Guang, was the current master of the Zheng family, and was also the second 10th-stage Wu Jun of the Zheng family. His battle strength was even much stronger than Zheng Jing's, and was only a step away from the half-step mighty realm. But it was also this step that determined that there were only 3 major sects in the chaotic ocean, and the Zheng family also had to act according to the mood of the 3 major sections. Report, Master, something bad has happened. The eldest young master has been captured, and all the Wu Jun and King Wu in our mine may have been wiped out. At this time, Zheng Jing staggered in, bringing unexpected bad news to Zheng Guang. All the spiritual stones in the mine had been robbed, and even the eldest young master Zheng Wei had been captured. Although as the master of the family, Zheng Guang had many daughters, but when he heard that his favorite son had been captured, there was still great anger on his face. He immediately went up to grab Zheng Jing and slapped him across the face. Bastard, what the hell is going on? Don't panic. Tell me everything in detail. Master, it's that group of warriors from the North region, especially the Yi Fei. He's simply evil, even more evil than Zhao Qianjun back then. Only then did Zheng Jing catch his breath and tell him everything about how Zheng Wei had targeted the Stellar Stockade, and how he had encountered Yi Fei. Zheng Guang listened very seriously, and his face was also very calm. After all, he was the master of the family. Zheng Guang's calmness also made Zheng Jing, an expert of the Zheng family, calm down. His face was ashen, and after he finished speaking without missing a word, he asked for instructions. Master, now that the eldest young master has been captured, and Yi Fei is so terrifying, do you think we should inform the 3 major sects about this? Inform the 3 major sects? Zheng Jing, can you use your brain a little? The 3 major sects now control 90% of the resources in the chaotic ocean. The remaining 10% is divided among a dozen small forces. If they capture Yi Fei and obtain the Sage Sect's inheritance, will we still have a foothold in the chaotic ocean? A cold glint flashed across Zheng Guang's eyes, but there was also a faint hint of excitement. Zheng Jing said fearfully, Master, now that the 3 major sects are hunting down Yi Fei, we can't hide this even if we want to. Who says we can't hide it? Yi Fei probably entered Stellar Island to make use of the independent cultivators there to fight against the 3 major sects and the Zheng family. I'm not afraid of him recruiting people, but I'm afraid he'll escape too quickly. The chaotic ocean is so big, and if he escapes, I'm afraid there will be another Zhao Qianjun in a few years' time. Then Patriarch, you mean? Zheng Jing asked carefully. Since he dares to go against the Zheng family and capture my son. No matter who he is, he must die. Pass down the order. Gather all the Wu Jun and Wu King of the Zheng family. Didn't the Yi Fei want to recruit independent cultivators to fight against the 3 major sects? Then we'll gather all our strength before he matures and destroy him at all costs. Zheng Guang's body suddenly emitted a murderous aura. Zheng Jing was still a little worried. Master, even if we capture Yi Fei, there are so many independent cultivators on Stellar Island. What if they spread the news? Don't worry, they won't spread the news. The moment they offended the Zheng family, there were no more independent cultivators on Stellar Island. Zheng Guang said sinisterly. Zheng Jing couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Only now did he realize how vicious Zheng Guang's order was in order to capture Yi Fei. He actually wanted to slaughter all the independent cultivators on Stellar Island. However, as long as these independent cultivators were all dead, no one would be able to reveal the secret of the Zheng family capturing Yi Fei. The Zheng family could also rely on the sage sex inheritance to gain the opportunity to dominate the chaotic ocean. Master, you're brilliant. You're right. As long as the Zheng family can rise again, no matter how many of these lowly independent cultivators die, it has nothing to do with us. Chapter 752. The Vanished Ancient Sect, but Family Head, that Yi Fei is only a Stage 3 Wu Jun, but he already has the combat strength of a Stage 10 Wu Jun. Can we really catch him? Zheng Jing reminded Zheng Guang. Zheng Guang was also shocked. He's only a Stage 3 Wu Jun, but he can match a Stage 10 Wu Jun? This kid is so terrifying that he's comparable to those middle ground geniuses. It's indeed the legacy of the Glory Sect. If such a legacy falls into the hands of the Zheng family, I, Zheng Guang, will be invincible. Good. It's good that he's strong. If this Yi Fei wasn't strong, I wouldn't be interested in him. Zheng Jing, look, this is the Demon Frenzy pill that I brought back from Middle Ground. A strange black pill suddenly appeared in Zheng Guang's hand. Zheng Jing was overjoyed. Demon Frenzy pill. It's actually the Demon Frenzy pill. It said that once this pill is consumed, one will immediately enter the forbidden realm of the ancient geniuses. Killing enemies above your level will be as easy as eating and drinking. Family Head, you're only a step away from becoming a half almighty. What if you consume this Demon Frenzy pill? Then I'll immediately become a half almighty and obtain a peak combat strength of 3 million. Even if this Demon Frenzy pill only lasts for 6 hours, it's enough for me to kill that kid 10 times over. Zheng Guang said proudly. A relaxed smile appeared on Zheng Jing's face. Then, the two of them laughed sinisterly. Pass down my order. Marshal King Wu Jun of the Zheng family, put down everything at hand and gather immediately. Not long after, the entire Zheng family resounded with the grand and imposing voice of the family head. Other than the elders who were in closed-door training, everyone else in the Zheng family, nearly 100,000 martial kings and nearly 300 martial lords, quickly gathered together. What's going on? The family head has gathered all of the Wu Jun normally. This would only happen when the Zheng family is facing extinction. I'm not sure. According to the family head, we seem to be gathering all of our strength to kill those rogue cultivators on Constellation Island. What? Why would we kill rogue cultivators for no reason? They're all like beggars. They have neither resources nor cultivation methods. Even if we kill them all, how much can we get? The gathered Wu Jun members were all very confused. However, Zheng Guang and Zheng Jing had no intention of explaining. The rules of the Zheng clan were very strict. If the young master died in battle, it would be considered a light punishment if all his subordinates died with him. If anyone disobeyed the orders of the clan head, the entire family would be killed, including the servants. Hence, no one dared to defy Zheng Guang's orders despite their bewilderment. They quickly gathered and charged towards Star Cluster Island. Humph, as expected of young Master Yi. Not only is he a strategist, but he also has godlike foresight. The Zheng family is indeed coming to take revenge on us. Ever since Yi Fei had left, Elder Tang and Elder Liu had set up a perimeter around the Constellation Island. Before the Zheng family even got close to the Constellation Island, the news had already reached them. If it had been in the past, the rogue cultivators on the island would have been scared out of their wits when they heard that the Zheng family was coming to attack Constellation Island. However, it was different now. Whether it was the elders of the Constellation Island or the newly surrendered Wu Jun, they were all very calm. Why? Because there was young Master Yi, a disciple of the Sacred Court. No matter how strong the Zheng family was, could they be stronger than the Sacred Court? Of course, this was also because Yi Fei was too strong and covered up many of his flaws. These Wu Jun members did not have time to think about the authenticity of Yi Fei's identity. Otherwise, once they found out that this disciple of the sacred court was a fake, they would not be so calm anymore. They would scatter like birds and beasts in fear. They might even surrender and betray the Zheng family. Because they did not know, these rogue cultivators Wu Jun was very calm. Elder Tang and Elder Lu were even calmer. After knowing that they were facing the Zheng family's absolute main force, they knew that they could not defend Constellation Island. The rogue cultivators on Constellation Island quickly retreated from the island. Of course, Jing Wushou and the others also retreated. By the time the Zheng family's troops arrived, all they saw was the barren Constellation Island. Not to mention the people, even the unripe spiritual grains and spiritual herbs had been taken away by the rogue cultivators. Damn it, these rogue cultivators actually ran away so fast. Family head, what should we do? Wu Jun of the Zheng family gathered beside Zheng Guang with an ugly expression. Zheng Guang was also very angry. He said in a deep voice, "Chase them. Even if we can't kill them, we must surround them. Don't let them have any contact with the three sects." As he spoke, Zheng Guang's fingers suddenly released a strange light. He grabbed at the sea breeze with all his strength. This was the only secret skill of the Zheng family, the absorbing wind skill. The absorbing wind skill has no attacking power, but can capture any aura left by the enemy. Yi Fei, capture my son, and we'll definitely take him with him. As long as we follow my son's aura, we will definitely find Yi Fei. Zheng Jing, you come with me. The rest of you, surround the rogue cultivators. Yes, family head. A group of warriors of the Zheng family quickly rushed across Constellation Island and chased into the sea. Zheng Guang and Zheng Jing led a large group of Wu Jun experts to chase after the aura left in the wind. However, the more they chased, the more confused they became. Family head, why does this direction seem a little like the direction of one of our Zheng family's abandoned mineral veins? That place hasn't produced any spirit stones for decades, Zheng Jing said as he looked at the route on the map. At this time, Yi Fei also came to the abandoned mine of the Zheng family. Without asking Zheng Wei, Yi Fei already knew that there must be treasures on this deserted island. Because in the beast-marked space, Xiao Chao was already cheering, almost rushing out to Yi Fei to lift her up. Zhao Xinian was still a little worried. This broken place, even birds don't come here to lay eggs. Is there really the ruins of an ancient sect here? Yes, absolutely. It's in the mineral vein. I will never lie to you. Zheng Wei could not help but tremble when he heard the word egg and was about to say something. Seeing that Zheng Wei was no longer of any use, Yi Fei directly knocked him out and dragged Zheng Wei into the abandoned mineral vein. Zhao Xinian took out the formation map and was about to take a closer look. Boom! As if attracted by something, the formation map suddenly glowed and flew into the depths of the mineral vein. Yi Fei and Zhao Xinian were both very excited. It seems that the ruins of the ancient sect must be here. Yi Fei immediately chased after at the fastest speed and finally stopped in front of a huge rock. At this time, the formation map was tightly attached to the rock. The rock exuded an earthy yellow light, gradually splitting into a crack. Inside the crack, there was the aura of Small World. There's a small world. This ancient sect is really well hidden. Yi Fei was a little surprised. Hey, there are words on it. It seems that this small world was deliberately left behind by my father to protect the ruins inside. Zhao Xinian came closer and found that at the entrance of the small world, there was a stone door. On the left was written, Sun, Moon, Stars. The right was empty, without any words. Yi Fei saw the words, thought for a moment, and laughed. Senior brother Zhao is so thoughtful. Zhao Xinian, didn't your mother tell you about the abandoned land? I was still young at that time. How could I remember so much? Zhao Xinian blushed with embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Yi Fei could not help laughing, then strode over and wrote with his sword finger on the other side. Gate of all living things. Chapter 753. Stargazing Platform. This is the ruins of an ancient sect. Apart from ruins, there are only ruins. There are no treasures at all. Zhao Xinian was sucked in, She was very angry, looking at the inner space of the small world in a very bad mood. Yifei also felt a little strange. Logically speaking, Zhao Qianjun had set up so many traps, formations, and stone doors outside. The ruins of the ancient sect should be very important. But after entering, Yifei was stunned to find that there was nothing in this huge, small world. There were no treasures, no spirit stones, and he couldn't even find an incomplete cultivation method. The only thing that this small world had was decay, desolation, and dust that had accumulated after being abandoned for tens of thousands of years. Anyway, Yifei and Zhao Xinian had split up the search for half a day, but did not find anything useful. Could it be that my father took away all the treasures and left behind an empty shell, deliberately playing with us? Zhao Xinian finally said. Yifei did not know whether to laugh or cry at this conclusion. How could senior brother Zhao be that kind of person? But it is true that your father's personality is strange and suspicious. Could it be that this place is the same as the portrait? There is some mystery that we don't understand. Yifei was not in a hurry to search this time, and began to carefully observe the ruins of the small world. And then he found something different. That was, all the buildings in the small world had been destroyed, except for one place, which was very strange. It was a high platform, and on the high platform, there was a strange sword mark, very clear. Hey, the appearance of this high platform. Why is it very similar to the high platform in the portrait? At this time, Zhao Xinian also took out the portrait, and after a careful comparison, she also found the difference. Could this high platform be the secret of the ancient sect? Finally, Yifei and Zhao Xinian said at the same time, and then rushed up the high platform one after the other. Of course, this time it was Yifei in front. If he dared to let anything happen to Zhao Xinian, Zhao Qianjun would most likely kill him when they reached the central continent. Dong! Yifei stepped on the high platform with heavy footsteps and did not find any danger. Zhao Xinian was a few steps slower and also did not find any treasures. Strange. Why is there still nothing here? Zhao Xinian said strangely. Just when Yifei was at a loss, Xiao Qiao, who was in the beast mark space, seemed to have sensed something. She reminded Yifei to pay attention to the surrounding ground. Yifei squatted down curiously and brushed away the thick layer of dust. With one look, Yifei was stunned. This high platform is actually a teleportation array. I see. This is not the true ruins of the ancient sect. It's just a gateway. This small world, as well as the surrounding ruins, were most likely deliberately set up by Zhao Qianjun in order to cover up the teleportation platform. I didn't expect senior brother Zhao to have such a trick up his sleeve. I wonder where this formation will send us to. Yifei looked at Zhao Xinian, only to see Zhao Xinian firmly nodding at him. He placed his hand on the platform. Boom! The 12 primordial spirits in Yifei's body erupted at once. His majestic vital essence immediately reactivated the array platform. Another huge suction force wrapped around them. A huge nebula vortex appeared in the space above them. Through this vortex, Yifei, who was slowly ascending, suddenly had a feeling of flying. That was, he was about to leave the Tianwu continent and enter the distant and mysterious starry sky. Starry sky? How is that possible? That formation platform has sent us to the starry sky. Zhao Xinian cried out in disbelief. In the land of the universe, the starry sky was always the most mysterious and also the most dangerous place. Although a martial king had the ability to travel in the starry sky. But compared to the vast starry sky, the power of a martial king was still too insignificant. Without a star chart, there was only one result for a martial king to enter the starry sky, and that was to drift forever in the desolate starry sky and gradually die of old age. Fortunately, this teleportation did not send them aimlessly into the starry sky, but had a purpose. It sent Yifei and Zhao Xinian to a strange starry sky tower between the starry sky and the Tianwu continent. As expected of an ancient sect, they can actually build a floating tower in the starry sky. Yifei walked up the tower in incomparable shock. Standing on the tower, he could see the stars and the bright moon when he raised his head, and the entire Tianwu continent when he lowered his head. The real Tianwu continent was actually shaped like a divine dragon, but the dragon's head and tail had all been destroyed. The entire continent gave people a feeling that it was about to be destroyed. Only in the middle of the dragon's abdomen, there was a bright light that shone on the entire continent, and also worked hard to maintain the destiny of the Tianwu continent so that it did not lose the last bit. The center of the dragon's abdomen must be the central region. It's the existence of the central region that protected the Tianwu continent and prevented it from being destroyed in the end. Yi Fei was deeply shocked. What is this place? Why are we here? Zhao Xinian was also deeply worried. The starry sky was very dangerous for martial artists. Even the titled Wu Jun did not dare to casually step into it. If they could not return, it would be disastrous. This is the Star Observatory. It's also the place where the star sect divines and cultivates. Silently, an old figure had already appeared on the tower. The figure was very blurry, and was neither a remnant soul nor an image. It was an immortal spiritual consciousness. Normally, only martial emperors would be able to leave behind such a spiritual consciousness. In other words, this senior was very likely a martial emperor when he was alive. Yi Fei did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, senior. May I ask, senior, what can we obtain if we enter the Star Observatory?" The Star Observatory is the place where the master of the star sect cultivated in seclusion tens of thousands of years ago. Later, when the Great War broke out, this place became the place where the star sect evacuated. Anyone who steps into the Star Observatory can receive the protection of the star sect and step into the outer domain to obtain a chance of survival. Are you willing to accept the invitation to the outer domain of the star sect? Outer domain? Did my father go to the outer domain? Zhao Xinian was taken aback. How is that possible? Senior brother Zhao is clearly in the central region. Yi Fei shook his head with certainty. At the same time, he asked respectfully, "May I ask, senior, what kind of great war happened in ancient times? How did those enemies from beyond the heavens appear?" "Hey, you know about the enemies from beyond the heavens?" "Unfortunately, that matter can't be said, and we dare not say it either. Even the powerful 6 sacred sects have been destroyed. Our small and weak sects have no other ability except to go to the outer domain." The old voice sighed with regret. Yi Fei finally understood that this martial emperor had been dead for countless years. The remaining immortal spiritual consciousness could only carry out the simplest communication and could not answer too many of his questions. Yi Fei could only shake his head gloomily. "Senior, I don't want to go to the outer domain." Chapter 754. Star, quenching the old figure on the tall building, suddenly fell silent. There was a faint hint of sorrow in his voice. He asked himself, did the Star Sect really do something wrong in the past? We shouldn't have run away. Instead, we should have stayed and fought the final battle. However, the people of our Star Sect belong to the Sky Martial Continent after all. We don't have the courage to fight the final battle, but we can leave something behind to help people in the future. Since you are the same as the previous 2, unwilling to accept the guidance, this old man will use his last bit of strength to attract the power of the stars to help you improve your strength. Boom! After saying that, the old figure suddenly disappeared from the tall building, but the entire star observation platform was already shining brightly. The power of the stars gushed out from the inside of the star observation platform. Yi Fei finally understood why Zhao Qianjun was able to step into the 11th level of the Martial Saint realm in a year and become an earth-shattering powerhouse. He relied on the endless power of the stars. At the same time, the power of the stars was also a kind of spiritual qi, just that it was more violent and complicated than spiritual qi. Generally speaking, unless a martial artist mastered a specific cultivation technique or had a special physique, it was very difficult to absorb the power of the stars. But the star observation platform was different. This was the place where the ancient sect's patriarch went into seclusion, and it also had the immortal will of a martial emperor to help transform the power. Therefore, in Yifei's eyes, the entire star observation platform was releasing endless power of the stars. But when this power really descended, the entire star observation platform was already filled with an incomparably terrifying amount of spiritual qi. What a terrifying amount of spiritual qi! This place is simply comparable to the dragon vein of the great emperor's tomb. Yifei was very shocked. If he could continue to cultivate here, not to mention an earth-shattering powerhouse, it would not be a big problem for him to become a heaven-reaching great sage. Yifei, I can't wait. I'm going to cultivate now. Zhao Shinian was already excited. She quickly sat cross-legged on the ground. A huge black hole space appeared above her head and began to madly absorb the endless spiritual qi. Boom! In less than an hour of absorbing the spiritual qi, Zhao Shinian's realm had risen from the 6th level of Wu Jun to the 7th level of Wu Jun. It could be seen how exaggerated the amount of spiritual qi transformed by the power of the stars was. But Yifei did not immediately start cultivating, but pondered for a moment. It is difficult for other martial artists to absorb the power of the stars, but I'm different. The ancient beast mark on my body can also absorb the power of the stars. This way, not only can I improve martial arts, but I can also increase the power of the beast mark. So Yifei found a place where Zhao Shinian could not see, soared into the air, and from the observatory, directly rushed to the tall building. In the end, Yifei sat down cross-legged at the place where the star energy was the densest. Boom! The ancient Yifei of Yi, sensing the aura of the power of the stars, the beast mark on Yifei's shoulder directly turned into a vortex, frantically sucking in the power of the stars and constantly increasing the power of the beast mark. At the same time, Yifei also operated the 12 primordial spirits to the limit, the Demon Emperor's Sutra and the War God Tao at the same time. He was unexpectedly cultivating 2 extreme cultivation techniques at the same time. If other martial artists were to do this, they would have already gone mad. But Yifei found that his War God Tao and the Demon Emperor's Sutra were very different. The War God Tao condensed the power of Azura, which strengthened the power of the 12 primordial spirits, while the Demon Emperor's Sutra formed a special vital yuan, which strengthened the power of his flesh and cells. These 2 forces were separated from each other, but with Yifei's body as a link, they repelled each other and fused together. In short, it was a very strange phenomenon. This phenomenon was most likely something that even the Demon Emperor and the Old Man of the 6 sacred sects could not explain clearly. Furthermore, Yifei also had the power of the ancient beast mark on his body. This was also a very strange power. No wonder senior brother Jing and the others often call me a pervert. Look at me now. I also think that I am a pervert. Being able to operate the Demon Emperor's Sutra and the War God Tao at the same time was already very exaggerated. At the same time, the ancient beast mark on Yifei's body was also absorbing the power of the stars and constantly strengthening. However, this strengthening was very slow. This was because Xiao Chao was also working very hard to cultivate in the beast mark space. Clearly, Xiao Chao could also absorb the power of the stars. Yifei, who was immersed in his cultivation, didn't notice that Xiao Chao, who was cultivating, was making very complicated hand gestures. It seemed to be a very profound cultivation technique. The aura emitted by Xiao Chao's cultivation technique could actually faintly compete with Yifei's War God Tao. The quality of the vital yuan condensed was even better than the Demon Emperor's Sutra. This kind of systematic and complicated cultivation technique was clearly not something that Xiao Chao had been born with. Instead, she had been taught by a very brilliant person. At the same time as Xiao Chao's cultivation deepened, the green leaf robe on Xiao Chao's body started to flicker with a star-like radiance. This kind of feeling was similar to when Xiao Chao used the power of the stars to condense a starry robe on her body. It was mysterious and luxurious. Xiao Chao also felt the change in the color of the leaf robe on her body. She was very happy and finally ran out of the beast marked space barefoot. She stood on Yi Fei's shoulder and worked even harder to absorb the power of the stars emitted by the stargazing platform. This gave the martial emperor's consciousness a huge fright. It stared at Xiao Qiao and said, "How can it be her? How can it be her?" Back then, the 18 martial emperors had clearly perished together with her. How can she still be alive? Xiao Qiao's appearance had obviously given the martial emperor's consciousness a huge fright. That kind of fright almost caused the consciousness to collapse completely. The old figure no longer dared to continue looking at Xiao Qiao, who was cultivating. He only widened his eyes and stared at Yi Fei, who was with Xiao Qiao. Then, he couldn't help but jump in fright again. What's the matter with this kid? He actually has the power of Azura and a trace of the war demon's aura. The war demon and Azura are natural enemies. Even the martial god can't control these two powers at the same time. How can a mortal like him control them? That's not right. The martial god can't control these two powers. However, if he's a person who has been abandoned by the heavens, it's possible for him to break the rules of heaven and earth. I see. This kid is actually a person who has been abandoned by the heavens. Boom! The martial emperor's consciousness suddenly produced a boiling and terrifying murderous intent as it looked at Yi Fei, a person who had been abandoned by the heavens. Since he had been abandoned by the heavens, he would naturally be viewed as the greatest misfortune by many ancient sects who followed the will of the heavens. Once these sects discovered a person who had been abandoned by the heavens, they would usually immediately kill him without mercy. Although this martial emperor's consciousness had been dead for countless years, his memories had not been erased. At this moment, when he saw Yi Fei's identity, he subconsciously had the urge to kill Yi Fei. At this moment, Xiao Qiao, who was working hard to absorb the power of the stars, seemed to have sensed something. She subconsciously turned her head and glanced at the shadow. Chapter 755. Breaking the Limit Sigh, Heaven's Fate. In the end, the old voice let out a deep and helpless sigh. When Xiao Qiao looked at him, he decisively dispersed his killing intent and obediently continued to convert the star energy. This made Xiao Qiao very confused. The old man over there seemed to be very afraid of him. Suddenly, Xiao Qiao's eyes turned. Following by Yi Fei's side, Xiao Qiao had learned some bad things. For example, when there was an opportunity to take advantage of someone, he must try his best to take advantage of them. Thus, Xiao Qiao directly started a gesture at the old man over there. In the end, he widened his eyes and made an angry expression. Even though he had been dead for countless years, his memories had not been erased. When he saw that Xiao Qiao was angry, the martial emperor's intent became even more terrified. However, when he considered the terrifying calamity that could bring to the star sect in the outer region if he offended her, the old man hesitated for a moment before deciding to compromise. Forget it. In any case, I've already died in battle several tens of thousands of years ago. I'll give up this martial emperor's intent and resolve my grudge with her. My star sect has profited. Understanding that, the old man suddenly started to form complicated hand seals with great difficulty. Every time the hand seals changed, the star energy in the entire observatory would become a bit more terrifying. Of course, his martial emperor's intent would also become a bit weaker. He had only formed half of the hand seals, and half of the martial emperor's intent had already crumbled. It was as if Xiao Qiao had forced him to commit suicide. In the end, martial emperors were able to leave behind an immortal intent before they died. However, this immortal intent was relative. If the martial emperor's intent felt that its existence was too boring, it could also self-destruct. For example, right now, the dead martial emperor had forcibly destroyed half of his immortal intent to increase the output of star energy around Yi Fei. What was that old man doing? Xiao Qiao was completely stunned. She had originally gestured that she wanted more power of the stars. Otherwise, Xiao Qiao would get angry. Xiao Qiao didn't expect that the martial emperor's consciousness would immediately begin to harm itself in order to increase the output of the star power here. Xiao Xiao suddenly felt that she seemed to have done something very bad. She lowered her head and obediently sat down cross-legged. She didn't dare to continue fooling around. The martial emperor's consciousness finally let out a long sigh of relief. If Xiao Qiao continued to stare at him, he planned to destroy this immortal consciousness completely. After all, he had already died in battle. What was left now was only a fragment of consciousness. Strange, why do I feel the power of stars growing stronger? Yi Fei, who was immersed in his cultivation, also felt something amiss with the power of stars around him. Previously, it had been in waves. Now it was like a torrential wave. At this moment, Yi Fei did not even need to cultivate. As long as he was immersed in this sea of stars, his cultivation level would rise rapidly. What surprised Yi Fei even more was that as the quality of the power of the stars continued to increase, the light rays were about to condense into a river. Buzz. At this moment, the undying sword soul in his body suddenly woke up. It seemed to be a little interested in the power of stars that had turned into a river. Yi Fei couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Speaking of which, the undying sword soul had been asleep for a long time. It wasn't that it didn't want to appear, but that Yi Fei couldn't find any energy that could satisfy the undying sword soul. Even upper-grade spirit stones wouldn't be able to interest the undying sword soul. I didn't expect that the power of stars would be able to attract the undying sword soul's interest. Yi Fei was slightly surprised. As the entire place was filled with the power of stars, Yi Fei didn't need to deliberately guide it. The undying sword soul had already begun to absorb the power of stars on its own. Boom! An invisible sword shadow exploded from Yi Fei's body. Then, in an instant, 1/3 of the power of stars around Yi Fei was swept away. However, after absorbing 1/3 of the power, the invisible sword shadow suddenly paused, as if it had eaten something disgusting. With a puff, the undying sword soul spat out half of the power of stars that it had swallowed. Yi Fei's face quickly stiffened. Fortunately, half of the power of stars had been converted into black energy by the undying sword soul and was being spat out. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. So far, the undying sword soul has two types of energy, black energy and purple energy. The black energy can improve my comprehension and the quality of my dantian, while the purple energy can improve my martial will. I can make use of this energy to improve the quality of my dantian. Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, ever since his dantian had been upgraded to Heaven Grade 2, it had been a long time since it had been upgraded. Firstly, he didn't have the time. Secondly, Yi Fei still couldn't find a suitable energy for the undying sword soul to absorb. However, the power of stars gave him a pleasant surprise. Let's start to improve the quality of my dantian now. Although Yi Fei had a special body constitution, the quality of his dantian would also improve as long as his body constitution was improved. However, that kind of improvement was too slow. Instead of waiting slowly, he might as well improve the quality of his dantian now. This way, he could relieve the pressure that the 12 primordial spirits had on him. Yi Fei decisively stopped cultivating the battle god path and the devil emperor scripture. He focused on absorbing the black energy released by the undying sword soul. Boom! Under the stimulation of the black energy, Yi Fei's dantian quality, which had been stagnant for a long time, finally started to improve rapidly. Heaven Grade 3, Heaven Grade 4, Heaven Grade 9, Heaven Grade 10. It's the quality of a Heaven Grade 10. Yi Fei was slightly surprised. As far as he knew, Heaven Grade 10 was the highest quality of a dantian in the Tianwu continent. At this limit, even an ordinary martial artist would be comparable to a genius with a special body constitution. At the same time, Heaven Grade 10 was also the most important dividing line for a martial artist. Heaven Grade 10 was the highest cultivation speed that many low-grade special body constitutions could achieve. In order to achieve a faster cultivation speed, one had to have a special body constitution or bloodline of a higher grade. I didn't expect the star energy to allow my cultivation speed to reach a limit. Doesn't that mean that even if I have 12 primordial spirits cultivating together, my cultivation speed won't be much slower than others? It seems that the most important thing in the future is to continue to refine the indestructible combat demon body and the Azure combat body, so that they can reach the highest level. Yi Fei thought to himself. Among them, the indestructible combat demon body was the easiest to cultivate. It only had 9 levels and could be completed when one reached the martial royal realm. The most troublesome one was the Azure combat body. It had a total of 10 levels, and each level represented a forbidden area for an ancient genius. Similarly, for every level that Yi Fei cultivated, he could fight someone who was 1 level higher than him. However, this was not the limit of the Azure combat body. Chapter 756. The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. However, I have a feeling that the invincible demon body that the Demon Emperor obtained is not complete. If it is complete, even if it is not comparable to the Azure battle body, it would not be too far off. Thinking of that, Yi Fei suddenly frowned. Knowing was one thing, but wanting to obtain the complete method to cultivate the Battle Devil indestructible body wasn't so easy. At the very least, it was impossible for a Battle Devil to exist in the martial heaven continent. Could it be that the Demon Emperor is doing this on purpose? He knows that if I want to obtain the complete invincible demon body, I have to find him. This way, I have no choice but to go to the heavenly devil continent. If that is the case, the Demon Emperor is really sinister. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yi Fei closed his eyes and began to circulate the Demon Emperor scripture and the war god Tao again. Although the 12 primordial spirits give me a strong advantage in battle, it also means that I have to work 12 times harder than others for every breakthrough. Yi Fei's mind was extremely clear. He calmly analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of himself and the Central Region geniuses. The result was that he was still inferior to those geniuses of the Central Region. His 10th grade heaven rank talent did allow him to cultivate rapidly, but the number of primordial spirits nullified his advantage in terms of cultivation speed. According to my current cultivation speed, I can at most recover to the level of an ordinary Wu Jun purely in terms of cultivation speed. I cannot compare to those geniuses of the Central Region. My only advantage is the number of primordial spirits. Sigh. Yi Fei sighed. He did not know when he would be able to enjoy the flying speed of his breakthrough. The one who was opposed was the Xiao Chao. Under the nourishment of the vast star energy, it was growing stronger and stronger. Yi Fei did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that after absorbing the star energy, the Xiao Chao seemed to have grown a little. This was definitely not good news. The faster the Xiao Chao grew, the more shocking its appetite would be. Looks like I have to think of a way to earn a large amount of spirit stones. Otherwise, I won't be able to raise this Xiao Chao. Yi Fei thought as he thought about how he still had to feed his Xiao Chao. For the rest of the time, Yi Fei had no distracting thoughts. He only focused on breaking through. Yi Fei smoothly broke through Wu Jun's stage for under the influence of the nearly endless power of the stars, and steadily advanced toward stage 5 of Wu Jun. Yi Fei was not very satisfied with this. Your cultivation is still too slow. Xiao Chao dozed off and nodded his little head. He seemed to agree with Yi Fei. However, he didn't know that when he saw Yi Fei and Xiao Chao absorbing the power of the stars, even if he was a great emperor of the martial Tao in his previous life, he was still astonished. The martial emperor's consciousness was so shocked that its eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Xiao Chao could be ignored. Even the entire star sect could not be offended. But what was going on with this person who was abandoned by the heavens? What Yi Fei did not know was that, under the influence of his 12 primordial spirits, as well as the unintentional threat of Xiao Chao, 90% of the power of the stars on the observatory platform had gathered around Yi Fei. Zhao Xinian had only absorbed 10%. But this 10% of the power of the stars had transformed into spiritual qi, which made it very difficult for Zhao Xinian to refine. There was a feeling that her primordial spirit was about to explode. On the contrary, Yi Fei, a person who was abandoned by the heavens, not to mention snatching away 40% of the power of the stars. He was still able to do it with ease? This boy is really strange. Is he not afraid that such a huge amount of star power will cause his primordial spirit to explode? Or does this boy actually have many primordial spirits? But that's unlikely. Many primordial spirits were very common in my era. Now, the Tianwu continent has long declined. Even if there is a primordial spirit genius, it should not appear in the body of a person who was abandoned by the heavens. It should be said that, as a person who was abandoned by the heavens, it meant that this person had no fate with the martial way. Even if he reluctantly stepped into the martial way, his life would be full of disasters, and he was destined to be rejected by the heavens and destroyed by the martial way. This was also the reason why the ancient sects generally believed that a person who was abandoned by the heavens represented an ominous sign. Just as Yi Fei and Zhao Xinian were working hard to cultivate on the observatory platform, Zheng Wei, who had been brought into the small world, finally woke up from his coma. Then he noticed the surrounding environment, and with just a thought, he understood where he was. Damn it, they found the ruins of the ancient sect so quickly, they even went in to cultivate. Yi Fei, Zhao Xinian, I won't let you have an easy time. Although Zheng Wei was relieved that Yi Fei didn't kill him, when he thought about how he had lost an arm and only had one egg left, Zheng Wei was filled with grief and indignation. How could he face the 18 concubines at home like this? The enmity of my broken egg is absolutely irreconcilable. Zhao Xinian, Yi Fei, not killing me is the biggest mistake of your life. After the grief and indignation, Zheng Wei's eyes flashed with a touch of resentment, and without looking back, he ran out of the small world, preparing to find a way to inform his family. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 tyrannical auras had already rushed into the mine, and naturally discovered Zheng Wei, who had come out of the small world. Eldest Gongzi, why are you here? Zheng Jing's face was a little ugly. After all, he had abandoned Zheng Wei and fled alone. Fortunately, he was an important figure of the Zheng family, and even the patriarch could not punish him. Zheng Wei did not look at Zheng Jing at all. When he saw Zheng Guang rushing in, Zheng Wei's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Father, you came at the right time. Your son was played so miserably. You must avenge me. Zheng Wei cried. Boom! When he saw that Zheng Wei was only missing an arm and was not in danger of losing his life, Zheng Guang breathed a sigh of relief and said coldly, Humph, that Yi Fei was tactful and did not hurt you. Son, don't worry. No matter who hurt you, I will kill him. Zheng Jing, let's go in. That boy must be in this small world. As he spoke, Zheng Guang had already grabbed Zheng Wei and directly relied on the battle strength of the 10th layer Wu Jun to break into the small world. Then they were shocked speechless. This small world doesn't look like it was opened by Yi Fei. Why does it look like an ancient relic? Zheng Guang was very surprised. Zheng Jing had always thought that this small world was opened by Yi Fei, and the purpose was to hide here and cultivate. Father, this is the relic of an ancient sect. Back then, Zhao Qianjun had broken through to the earth-penetrating power here. Zheng Wei's eyes were red, and only then did he mention that he had discovered this place by chance. He thought that he would definitely be praised by Zheng Guang, who knew that after hearing this, Zheng Guang would be so angry that he would slap him. Brat, what did you say? You discovered this relic and did not tell the family, and even brought that Yi Fei here to cultivate? Zheng Jing hurriedly shouted, Patriarch, now is not the time to talk about this. That Yi Fei is very strange. We must not let him continue to improve his strength. Chapter 757. A violent beating rumble. Knowing that Yi Fei was cultivating somewhere on the teleportation platform, Zheng Guang and Zheng Jing, the 2 10th layer Wu Jun, were very excited. They unleashed all their strength and began to attack the teleportation platform, trying to force Yi Fei out. Zheng Wei was inexplicably slapped and did not dare to continue to make a sound. He could only turn around and walk out of the small world and simply meditate outside the mine to recover from his injuries. Although the stargazing platform was built in the starry sky, its teleportation space channel was connected to the teleportation platform. As the two 10th layer Wu Jun frantically attacked, the vibration of the space was soon transmitted to the stargazing platform. As a titled Wu Jun, Yi Fei and Zhao Xinian both felt very strong. "What's going on?" Zhao Xinian asked. "It seems that someone is attacking the teleportation platform." Yi Fei speculated with a cold face. Xiao Chao returned to the beast mark space as soon as Zhao Xinian woke up. Also, when Yi Fei and Zhao Xinian were talking, the two could clearly feel that the stargazing platform was shaking more and more violently, and even the light door of the teleportation platform was becoming unstable. "You two, I'm afraid you can't continue to cultivate on the stargazing platform." The old figure that had not appeared for a long time appeared again. "Why?" Yi Fei frowned. "Why can my father cultivate here for a year, but we can only cultivate for a month?" Zhao Xinian was also very dissatisfied. If she continued to cultivate here, she was absolutely confident that, not to mention 1 year, but within 10 years, she could definitely break through to the 11th layer of the Martial Saint realm and become a powerful expert. "Ahem, young man, it's not that I don't want you to cultivate here, but if you cultivate here, once the space channel of the teleportation platform is destroyed, then you can only stay on the stargazing platform." Yi Fei felt a little strange that this martial emperor's consciousness was not interested in Zhao Xinian. Instead, it seemed to be a little polite to him. "Is it my imagination?" Yi Fei did not have time to think. He only knew that he absolutely could not be trapped here. After all, he still had to go to the central region. He still had to go to the Star Moon Holy Land. "Senior, we'll take our leave then. Yi Fei, let's go. No matter what happens outside, I'm going to hack that person to death." In the end, the opportunity of the stargazing platform was too precious. If they really stayed here for a year, they could greatly improve their strength. Now, because of the influence of outsiders, they had to leave early. This was absolutely infuriating. Not to mention Zhao Xinian. Even Yi Fei was fuming with anger. No matter who this person is, we must beat him to death. With a cold face, Yi Fei and Zhao Xinian stepped into the light door of the transmission array. Zheng Guang, who was attacking from the outside, was also the first to notice the abnormality of the teleportation platform. He coldly retreated with Zheng Jing and stared coldly at the two figures that appeared on the platform. "You are Yi Fei, the boy who obtained the inheritance of the Shang clan?" Zheng Guang directly ignored Zhao Xinian. His cold eyes locked onto Yi Fei. "I'm sorry. I'm not Yi Fei. I'm your grandfather." Yi Fei came out with a stomach full of anger. Seeing that the person who ruined his plans was someone from the Zheng family, Yi Fei punched out at Zheng Guang without saying a word. "Junior, you're courting death. Zheng Jing, help me take down this evil creature." Zheng Guang flew into a rage, easily dodging Yi Fei's fish shadow, and kicked out a terrifying leg shadow, creating a huge pit in the ruins of this small world. 10th layer, Wu Jun again. Yi Fei frowned. He did not expect the Zheng family to be so difficult to deal with. I'm not the 10th layer Wu Jun, but an existence close to the half-step mighty. Yi Fei, if you don't want to die, hand over the inheritance you obtained." Zheng Guang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, but his kicks were merciless. As an expert of the older generation, Zheng Guang was very good at seizing the opportunity. He kicked out, followed by another terrifying leg shadow that formed a golden dragon, sweeping towards Yi Fei. 18 kicks of the golden dragon. Zheng Guang directly launched his most powerful technique, not giving Yi Fei any chance to react. But Yi Fei did not need to react, because long before he came out, he had already decided to beat up the people outside. Facing the incoming golden dragon leg shadow, Yi Fei only made one move, and that was to explode all the power in his body at the same time. War Demon Golden Body. Power of Azura. 12 primordial spirits. Who told you to disturb my cultivation? Who told you to pretend to be an expert in front of me? Get down here and accept your death. Boom, boom. Yi Fei's body emitted a dazzling golden light, forming a golden circle that protected him. At the same time, his hands emitted a bloody glow, and endless power of Azura gathered in his fists. Yi Fei stood in the sky, facing Zheng Guang's fist head-on. Zheng Guang's descending golden dragon leg shadow quickly kicked Yi Fei's body. After 18 consecutive kicks, it was as if he had been trampled by 18 golden dragons. Yi Fei's war demon golden body was immediately suppressed, but it did not shatter. At the same time, Yi Fei's fists also landed on one of Zheng Guang's legs. Crack! The hardest part of Zheng Guang's body was actually cracked by Yi Fei. If it were not for the fact that he was still wearing the Sage-level combat boots, Yi Fei's punch would have broken his leg on the spot. How is this possible? Your combat strength has exceeded 2 million so quickly, and you almost broke my Sage-level weapon. Zheng Guang could no longer remain calm. The most terrifying thing was Yi Fei's defense. The 18 Golden Dragon Kicks was one of the Zheng family's most powerful techniques. With Zheng Guang's strength, once he kicked his target, even a 10-stage Rujun would die after taking 18 kicks consecutively. However, Yi Fei's strange golden light shield had completely blocked it. Using this advantage, when Zheng Guang retreated, Yi Fei's anger had not yet subsided. He made up his mind and directly used the killing apotheosis realm empty fist. Boom! He punched out again. The ancient and boundless fist technique formed an indestructible giant fist shadow that blasted towards the sky and towards Zheng Guang. Zheng Guang's face was instantly filled with fear. What kind of fist technique is that? It gives me the feeling of death. Oh no, I can't block or dodge this punch. This is a sure kill punch. Roar, roar, roar. The sky was filled with angry golden dragons. Facing Yi Fei's fist technique, Zheng Guang kicked out hundreds of golden dragons in fear. However, these golden dragons were all unable to block the light of Yi Fei's fist. Infinite death was approaching. Zheng Guang was finally in despair. With anger, fear, and reluctance, he took out a strange jade figurine and crushed it. Life and death substitute. Bam! The broken jade figurine suddenly enlarged and turned into Zheng Guang. Finally, at the most critical moment, it blocked Yi Fei's sure-kill attack. At the same time, as the figurine was crushed, Zheng Guang spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the terrifying fist technique that had once killed a beast emperor. The life and death substitute could not completely block Yi Fei's punch. Zheng Guang was also injured to a certain extent. Chapter 758. Half-step mighty expert. What is that thing? It blocked my killer apotheosis realm empty fist. Yi Fei was very surprised. It should be said that the killer apotheosis realm empty fist technique can ignore the opponent's attack and defense, and has a 100% chance of hitting the opponent. Yi Fei originally intended to end the battle quickly, get rid of the strongest Zheng Guang, and then deal with Zheng Jing, but in the end it was blocked by a strange life and death substitute. But you blocked it once, I will never let you block it a second time. Humph, take my sword of Sky Destroyer. Seeing that the killer apotheosis realm empty fist did not seem to work, Yi Fei decisively took out the Phoenix Blood Sword and slashed out. You still have a sacred weapon? Zheng Guang had no time to grieve over the loss of the life and death substitute, when he suddenly saw Yi Fei rushing over with a sacred weapon. This time he was really frightened. Zheng Jing, come help me. Patriarch, I'm coming. Zheng Jing snapped out of his daze, hurriedly rushed over, intending to join forces with the Patriarch to attack Yi Fei. Patriarch, this person is the Patriarch of the Zheng family? Yi Fei was even more surprised. It seems that the Zheng family was determined to deal with him. Even the Patriarch had personally taken action. Fortunately, he also had a helper. Seeing that Zheng Jing had the intention to attack, Zhao Shinian, who was ignored, pulled out her several meters long heavy sword and blocked Zheng Jing. Zheng Jing, your opponent is me, devouring sword intent. Boom! A huge black hole emerged from Zhao Shinian's heavy sword, and a huge suction force forced Zheng Jing to stop and concentrate on dealing with the sword. At the same time, from the martial artist aura that Zhao Xinyan exuded, Zheng Jing discovered a fact that made him terrified. 10th layer Wu Jun, you woman. How did you break through to the 10th layer Wu Jun so quickly? Zheng Jing could not believe it. More importantly, if Zhao Xinyan broke through so quickly, then how terrifying was Yi Fei's cultivation base? Patriarch, be careful. Zheng Jing only had time to say this before he could not be distracted and could only fight with Zhao Xinyan. It was just that both of them were at the 10th layer Wu Jun, and although the battle was earth-shaking, it was impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. This also made Zheng Guang's face extremely ugly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, indifferently and fearfully saying, "The 6 sacred sects are really powerful. I didn't expect a junior like you, who has received the inheritance for less than a year, to have such strength. You know the 6 sacred sects? Looks like you've captured other northern region martial artists. Let them go and I can spare your life." Yi Fei's expression turned completely cold. Hearing this, Zheng Guang was angry and furious. He looked up at the sky and laughed. "Ha! Spare my father and my life. Junior, do you think that you are invincible just because you have obtained the inheritance? Yi, apoapoapotheosis, sacred of sacred Yi kill. Sky Destroyer source, Sky Destroyer style. Zheng family's secret art, Tempest kick. Rumble. Facing Yi Fei's sword beam, Zheng Guang kicked out a hurricane and a bolt of lightning. The two overlapped and formed a terrifying aurora, illuminating the entire small world and shattering Yi Fei's sword beam. What a terrifying leg technique. Although this is not an emperor-level martial art, Zheng Guang's combat strength is much stronger than Zheng Jing's. Therefore, the power of his leg technique is also stronger than Zheng Jing's. Heaven-destroying style, heaven-destroying style, heaven-destroying style. Boom, boom, boom. If one sword strike wasn't enough, then 2. If 2 still wasn't enough, then 3. The 12 primordial spirits within his body crazily revolved, allowing Yi Fei to not have to worry about the consumption of his true essence. On the other hand, when Zheng Guang saw that Yi Fei was actually able to unleash such a powerful move, he was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How can the true essence within his body be so abundant? It's comparable to the geniuses of the Central State. Yes, he has received the inheritance of the Sage sect. Perhaps he has multiple primordial spirits. Zheng Guang's eyes were sharp and shrewd. He instantly saw through Yi Fei's secret. Immediately, Zheng Guang didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly took out the frenzy pill, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed it resolutely. Boom! An aura that was twice as strong as before immediately emanated from Zheng Guang's body. He kicked out again, unleashing the Tempest kick. Unexpectedly, it was just like Yi Fei's Sky Destroyer style. It was boundless. Yi Fei's sword beam was completely suppressed. A look of horror flashed across his face. What did this old thing eat just now? Why do I feel that his combat strength has skyrocketed again? Oh no, Sky Destroyer style, battle demon golden body. Yi Fei kneeled down before me. Boom! A Tempest kick shattered the sword beam. Then, dozens of Tempest kick shadows transformed into a Tempest dragon and a Tempest dragon, ruthlessly stomping down on Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei could also clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within the Tempest dragon. At this time, even if he stepped into the Forbidden Zone, he wouldn't be able to defeat it, because Zheng Guang, who had taken a frenzy pill, had already stepped into the realm of 3 million combat power, which was the realm of a half-step almighty. Knowing that attacking was useless, Yi Fei decisively put all his strength into defense. He first used the Sky Destroyer style to imprison the heaven and earth, and also to slow down the speed of the 2 Tempest Dragons' descent. At the same time, Yi Fei tried again. He combined the power of Azura and the Battle Demon Golden Body, forming a purple gold ball of mixed energy to completely protect himself. Roar! Roar! The Tempest Dragon mercilessly descended. In the blink of an eye, it had completely engulfed Yi Fei and the purple gold ball. Yi Fei. Zhao Shinian looked at all this with incomparable fear. She couldn't believe that Yi Fei was defeated just like that. Ha ha. As expected of the patriarch. As long as you reach the half-step almighty level, you can really suppress this kid. Zheng Guang laughed wildly and wanted to take advantage of the moment when Zhao Shinian was distracted to take her down. It was also at this time. Suddenly, a blazing sword light shot out from the sky that had already been engulfed by the power of wind and lightning. At this critical moment, Yi Fei relied on the War Demon Golden Body and the Ancient Beast Mark's double defense to rush out of this chaotic energy zone. Humph, you just relied on pills to forcibly increase your combat power. You want to suppress me? Wait until you become a real, absolute almighty, then think of a way. Yi Fei's body was straight, like an unbending sword, infinitely sharp, but after taking the attack of a half-step almighty, he was also in a very bad state. Not only was the purple gold ball shattered, but even the scales formed by the ancient beast mark had many cracks. Sure enough, with my current strength, I can deal with the 10th layer Wujun, but if I encounter a half-step almighty or a real absolute almighty, I still can't win. Zhao Shinian, let's go. Without continuing to fight with Zheng Guang, Yi Fei suddenly rushed to Zhao Shinian's side, grabbed her, and dashed out of the small world. Yi Fei knew that he was able to block Zheng Guang's attack just now because Zheng Guang was careless and relied on him to find the purple gold ball. Unfortunately, I'm still in the initial stage of exploring the purple gold ball. I definitely can't withstand the next attack of a half-step almighty. It's better to leave first. Boom. Chapter 759. Lost all courage. Where do you think you're going? Junior, this place will be the place where you will be buried. Zheng Guang was enraged. After taking the demonic frenzy pill, he already possessed the battle strength of a half-step mighty expert. If Yi Fei still managed to escape, he would not be qualified to continue living in the chaotic ocean. He raised his hand and kicked out into the void, trying to kick Yi Fei out. But the Greater Void Steps was not an ordinary martial art. Zheng Guang did not expect that Yi Fei would be able to defend against his wind and thunder leg technique. It was this little bit of carelessness that had already created an opportunity for Yi Fei to escape from the small world. Outside the small world, Zheng Wei was still cultivating in grief and indignation. When he saw that it was Yi Fei who rushed out and not his father, Zheng Wei screamed in anger. Yi Fei, it's you. You haven't been caught by my father, and you still want to escape? Hey, that Zheng Guang is your father. Yes, you're the eldest son of the Zheng family, and of course the son of the head of the family. Zheng Wei, sorry, I need to borrow you for a while. Understanding the special relationship between Zheng Wei and Zheng Guang, Yi Fei brought Zhao Shinian out of the mine. At the same time, he grabbed Zheng Wei again with his other hand. Zheng Wei was so angry that he was seeing stars. I'm so unlucky. Why did I have to cultivate at the entrance of the cave? Father, save me, save me. Yi Fei, where do you think you're going? Let go of my son. Hand over the inheritance of the sacred sect, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Boom. Finding that his son was taken away again, Zheng Guang angrily stomped his foot and shattered the entire mine. His body shot straight out of the exploded mountain. Zhao Shinian was startled and said anxiously, Yi Fei, why don't you let go of me and escape by yourself? The other party is a half-step mighty expert. No, we'll leave together, we'll stay together. Yi Fei was very determined. This was Zhao Qianjuan's daughter, his niece. He could not abandon anyone but Zhao Shinian. Yi Fei could only exhale. He grabbed Zheng Wei by the neck and lifted him up. Zheng Guang, if you want your son's life, let us go. Ha ha ha. A dead son can be reborn. But if we miss out on the legacy of Glory's sect, we won't have another chance. Yi Fei, since you dare to kill my son, this old man will kill you and everyone related to you. Tempest kick. Boom. Hurricanes howled and lightning flashed. Zheng Guang, who had become a half-step almighty, was extremely terrifying. When he kicked out, the world was overshadowed. Only the wind and thunder energies wreaked havoc in this world. Yi Fei could not help but sigh. This Zheng Guang is indeed vicious and merciless. For the sake of the legacy, he doesn't even care about the life of his own son. However, if you want to capture me, you're still a little lacking. 100 miles in an instant. I'll do it. Boom. Yi Fei unleashed all the 12 primordial spirits in his body, once again grabbing Zhao Xinyan and Zheng Wei, dashing out a distance of 100 miles. Because he was carrying 2 people at the same time, Yi Fei had consumed 3 of his primordial spirits. But he did not have time to feel distressed. Feeling that a distance of 100 miles might not be safe for a half-step almighty, Yi Fei ignited 6 more primordial spirits and once again dashed out a distance of 200 miles. Such a terrifying distance of movement also completely dumbfounded Zheng Guang and Zheng Jing. Even if it was a half-step almighty, they could only chase him for 10 miles at most. But Yi Fei could escape 300 miles in the blink of an eye, let alone a half-step almighty. Even a ground-shattering almighty may not be able to catch up. Not to mention that Zheng Guang, a half-step almighty, relied on the frenzy demon pill to temporarily raise his strength. Moreover, the consequences of using the frenzy demon pill were quite serious. Once the effect of the pill wore off, Zheng Guang would drop by at least 3 realms, which was to say from the 10th stage Wu Jun to the 7th stage Wu Jun. With such a heavy price, it would have been fine if they had caught Yi Fei. But now, not only did they not catch Yi Fei, but they also let Yi Fei capture Zheng Wei. Puff! Zheng Guang did not expect to face such a result when dealing with Yi Fei. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood 3 meters away. That bastard can run so fast, and he can even continuously use the secret technique. Master, what should we do? Should we continue to chase? Zheng Jing was also a little frightened. Yi Fei's escaping secret technique was really too terrifying. After spitting out blood, Zheng Guang's entire person became gloomy. He shook his head and sighed. Chase. What can we use to chase? We've lost our courage. We only have one chance. If we fail this time, with Yi Fei's speed of growth, he will soon become another Zhao Qianjun. Boom! Zheng Jing felt dizzy when he heard this. What? Zhao Qianjun? That demon among the itinerant cultivators? That terrifying monster that almost wiped out the 3 great sects? No, this Yi Fei is probably even more terrifying than Zhao Qianjun. Master, what should we do? Zheng Jing was completely terrified. Just as Zheng Guang had said, Zheng Jing had lost all his courage at this moment. Zheng Guang was also extremely regretful. He knew that if Yi Fei escaped this time, he would become the Zheng family's absolute nightmare when Yi Fei matured. No, I can't let the Zheng family be destroyed in my hands. Perhaps things haven't reached the worst point yet. Zheng Guang paced back and forth. Although he had defeated Yi Fei and chased away Yi Fei, Zheng Guang was not happy at all. Instead, he was filled with panic and regret. Master, do you mean that we should reconcile with Yi Fei? How is that possible? Zheng Jing somewhat understood Zheng Guang's meaning. Zheng Guang sneered. Why not? In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. As long as Yi Fei is smart enough, he should know that sometimes he can gain more benefits by compromising. Besides, he didn't kill my son. There is no irreconcilable enmity between us, so there is a possibility of reconciliation. As the head of the family, Zheng Guang was very good at managing the family. Seeing that the capture of Yi Fei had failed and that he had suffered a huge loss, Zheng Guang immediately made another decision. Zheng Jing, pass down the order immediately. Order everyone to stop pursuing the itinerant cultivators immediately. Withdraw to the Zheng family and wait for an opportunity to reconcile with Yi Fei. Wah! After saying this, Zheng Guang could no longer hold on. As soon as the effects of the demonic frenzy pill wore off, he spat out a large mouthful of black blood. His cultivation level rapidly fell to the 7th stage of Wu Jun, and he seemed to have aged several decades. And on the other side, after witnessing Yi Fei's terrifying speed of moving 300 miles in an instant, Zheng Wei finally could not hold it in any longer and burst into tears. Young Master Yi, This time I completely realized my mistake. Please, let me go again. Let you go again? Are you going to wait for your heartless father to come after us again? I'll end you right now. Zhao Xinian was still very angry. She immediately raised her foot and was about to walk over. Seeing Zhao Xinian raise her foot, Zheng Wei was extremely frightened. He hurriedly closed his legs together, for fear that Zhao Xinian would step on him again. After all, he had already become a lone wolf. If he became a general without an army, Zheng Wei probably would not have the courage to continue living. Chapter 760. The Danger of a Rogue Cultivator. Yi Fei also felt that he had really suffered a huge loss this time. He was cultivating at the observatory, but was chased by a half-step mighty cultivator. Not to mention that he had lost the best place to practice. The most important thing was that he had consumed a total of 9 primordial spirits to escape. With such a consumption, he did not know how many spirit stones he would have to take from Xiao Qiao to recover. If he could not get back this debt from Zheng Wei, then he would have suffered a huge loss. Thinking of this, Yi Fei stopped Zhao Xinian and said to Zheng Wei, "You said it. Once I let you go, you will give me a lot of spirit stones. If you dare to trick me, you know my temper. Young Master Yi, don't worry. Even if I have 10 times the courage, I would not dare to trick you. I swear, once you let me go, I can give you 100,000, no, 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones as compensation." Seeing the unfriendly look in Yi Fei's eyes, Zheng Wei's heart trembled. The original number of 100,000 quickly became 1,000,000. This number startled Zhao Xinian. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones? Does your Zheng family have that many spirit stones? Even if you do, how can your vicious father save you with so many spirit stones? Why not? My father's ruthlessness is only on the surface. I am the most talented in the Zheng family. Even if he sacrifices the other sons, he will certainly not sacrifice me. Zheng Wei knew his father very well. Seeing that Zhao Xinian still did not believe him, he steeled his heart and made another vicious oath. I swear if I say half a lie, I will never be able to raise my head for the rest of my life. TCH, whether you can raise your head or not. What does that have to do with us? You call this a vicious oath? Zhao Xinian's face was full of disdain. Yi Fei was incomparably shocked. What? Never be able to raise his head for the rest of his life? What kind of terrifying oath was this? It seems that Zheng Wei is telling the truth this time. Once I let him go, I may get 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, which is much more cost-effective than killing Zheng Wei. All right, Zheng Wei, since you've made such a vicious oath, I'll believe you. Follow us now. When the time is right, I'll ask your father for a ransom. Yi Fei patted Zheng Wei's body. Not only did he heal his injuries, he also removed the shackles on his body. Zheng Wei also looked at Yi Fei with great gratitude. This last stalk of garlic was finally saved. Only Zhao Xinian still had a puzzled look on her face. Zheng Wei clearly did not swear a vicious oath, so why did Yi Fei choose to believe Zheng Wei? Could it be that not being able to raise one's head is really a vicious oath? How is this oath vicious? Isn't it just not being able to raise one's head? Wait, can't raise one's head. Could it be that the head that Zheng Wei said, "Bah, men are indeed not good things"? I didn't expect Yi Fei to be such a person. Zhao Xinian suddenly realized something. In the end, she was still a girl. Even though she had a straightforward personality, she couldn't help but blush. Then, she quickly took out the sea map and flew in a certain direction. This direction happened to be the direction where the loose cultivators were retreating. Facing the pressure of the Zheng family's army, the loose cultivators' movements were also very flexible. In 2s and 3s, a few ships formed into a small team and fled in all directions of the sea. Receiving Zheng Guang's order not to let a single loose cultivator go, the Zheng family's huge team had no choice but to scatter in all directions to capture the escaping loose cultivators. In the end, no matter how big the Zheng family's team was, under the constant scattering, became smaller and smaller. But Elder Tang and Elder Lu still did not look happy. The Zheng family's team had shrunk, but the strength in their hands was still not enough to launch a counterattack. In particular, there was a large number of Wu Jun of the Zheng family, who were specifically targeting them. No matter how they scattered, there was always a large ship full of Wu Jun of the Zheng family firmly following behind. No matter what method they used, they could not get rid of them. Evidently, in the Zheng family, there were also powerful people who knew how to lead an army and fight a war in the face of the fighting tactics of the loose cultivators. They divided their teams to intercept the rest of the loose cultivators, but they always maintained hundreds of Wu Jun experts, which formed a fatal pressure on the loose cultivators' Wu Jun experts. This kind of pressure was a little better a month ago, but as a month passed and there was still no news from Yi Fei, many of the loose cultivators' Wu Jun could not bear this pressure. Elder Tang, the Zheng family's Wu Jun ship is getting closer and closer. We have no more bait to send out to distract them. Why don't we run away quickly? A timid loose cultivator, Wu Jun, could not bear the pressure and took the lead to propose an opportunity to escape alone. The other Wu Jun were shocked, and many people were obviously tempted. Hearing this, Elder Tang and Elder Lu's eyes turned cold. Just as they were about to speak, the hot-tempered one-eyed jumped out, pointed at Wu Jun, and scolded, "Jin Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? If brother you didn't save us, we would have died in the Zheng family's mine. Now that we are in danger, you are actually afraid of death." Hearing this, Wu Jun called Jin Lu was deeply ashamed, but he still quibbled, "I'm not afraid of death. It's just that there are more than 100 Wu Juns on the enemy's ship, and there are less than 40 of us. If we don't escape now, we will all die here. I'm thinking for everyone's sake. It's for everyone's sake that we can't escape. Don't forget, there are also warriors from the northern region on this ship. They are all young Master Ye's companions. Once we escape, they will fall into the enemy's hands. When young Master Yi comes back, we'll be dead for sure." Elder Tang coldly said. That one sentence scared Jin Lu into silence. As for the other martial lords who were still wavering, they no longer dared to mention the matter of escaping. After all, Yi Fei's strength was obvious. It would be fine if Yi Fei died, but if he didn't, once they were found to have betrayed the warriors from the northern region on the ship, these individual cultivators would not be able to bear Yi Fei's anger. "Damn it, we can't escape, and we can't fight. What should we do?" a Wu Jun asked. Many Wu Juns who surrendered from the Star Fortress were also annoyed. After all, those who could break through the Wu Jun level among the individual cultivators all had certain abilities and opportunities. In the beginning, when Yi Fei took out the true martial token, it did scare a lot of people. They didn't even have time to think before they decided to side with Yi Fei. However, after a month of chasing, these Wu Juns gradually came to their senses. If Yi Fei was really a disciple of the Saint Academy, as long as he took out the true martial token, the Zheng family would not dare to attack Yi Fei. Even the three major sects had to treat Yi Fei with respect. How could they dare to attack Yi Fei? Realizing this, many Wu Juns were depressed to find that they were probably fooled by Yi Fei and had unknowingly boarded the pirate ship. However, it was easy to go up, but difficult to come down. Moreover, judging from the Zheng family's attitude, even if they surrendered, the Zheng family might not accept them. Many Wu Juns were speechless and felt that they were probably doomed this time. Of course, there were also many people who maintained a strong confidence in Yi Fei, such as Elder Tang and Elder Lu, who had received Yi Fei's kindness and had made up their minds at this time. If they catch up with us, we can go up and fight with the Zheng family. We can also repay young Master Yi with our lives. Elder Tang and Elder Lu both thought so, especially when they saw the Zheng family's Wu Jun ship in the distance gradually approaching. A touch of determination flashed across their faces. Boom! Chapter 761. Young Master of the Heavenly Sword, Sect. This pillar of light also stunned the martial monarchs on the surface of the sea from both sides. Anyone who had broken through to Wu Jun knew what it meant. Martial Lord. Someone actually stepped into the 12th level of the Martial Saint realm on this ship, becoming a titled Martial Lord. Whether it was Elder Tang who was risking his life or the other martial lords who were wavering, they were all shocked. Who could have become a titled Wu Jun at this time? The rear of the ship seems to be the place where the northern region cultivators are cultivating. When I was also stunned, it turned out that ever since the rogue cultivators began to flee across the sea, Jing Wushou and the others had felt tremendous pressure. From the moment they boarded the ship, all the warriors of the northern region had entered the craziest state of cultivation. In the beginning, the rogue cultivators scoffed at the efforts of Jing Wushou and the others. What was the use of cultivating in such a harsh environment? There were even many martial lords who thought the northern region cultivators were putting on an act. None of the martial lords on the ship would have thought that there would truly be a northern region cultivator making a breakthrough at this moment and becoming a titled martial lord like them. I didn't expect that Jing Wushou, would reach the 12th level of the martial saint realm and become a titled Wu Jun one day. Junior Brother Yi, from now on, I won't be your burden anymore. I, Jing Wushou, will make a name for myself in the outside world. Jing Wushou's face was filled with excitement as he slowly stood up. Immediately, the might of a martial lord enveloped the entire ship. Feeling this aura, many wandering cultivators, Wu Jun, were shocked. They suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura from this aura. Strange. It's Wu Jun who just broke through. Why do I feel like I'm being suppressed? One-Eyed scratched his head. He didn't understand. The other wandering cultivators, Wu Jun, were also shocked. However, before they could react, they were stimulated by Jing Wushou's breakthrough to Wu Junshi Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly roared. A dazzling golden light appeared on his body. Then, Long Gang and another unknown northern region cultivator roared one after another. Under the extreme pressure of fleeing and the cruelty of the outer sea, four of the northern region cultivators stepped into the 12th level of the martial saint realm and became titled Wu Jun. Many wandering cultivators, Wu Jun, were dumbfounded. My God, for Wu Juns at the same time, these northern region cultivators are so terrifying. Many people saw the shock on each other's face. They could still accept the breakthrough of Jing Wushou, Long Gang, and Shi Feng. What they couldn't accept the most was the unknown northern region cultivator. His name was Chun Feng, and he was the least talented among the Western Heavenly King's many sons. Because he had no hope of inheriting the Heavenly King's mansion and didn't want to waste his time in the northern region, Chun Feng also went out to sea. Under the pressure of fleeing, he stepped onto an extraordinary path with his ordinary talent. I can't believe I've become a titled Wu Jun. I'm even better than my father. Aha, I knew it. As long as I'm willing to work hard and persevere, I'll definitely gain something. God rewards the diligent. Father, who didn't lie to me. Chun Feng awoke from his cultivation with a start. Tears streamed down his face. However, no one laughed at him. The other northern region cultivators who didn't manage to make a breakthrough all looked at Chun Feng with envious gazes. Within them, many people believed their talent and aptitude were far above Chun Feng's. Now that they saw Chun Feng become a titled martial lord, it undoubtedly greatly encouraged them. As long as we're willing to work hard, we can also become a titled Wu Jun. That's right. Back then, Sacred King, you became a heavenly son with the most ordinary talent. Now, there's Chun Feng. He's our role model. God rewards the diligent. As long as we're willing to work hard and persevere, we'll definitely gain something. Everyone began to cheer each other up. When the rogue cultivators on the warship heard that Yi Fei had become a titled Wu Jun step by step, many rogue cultivators were so shocked that they were speechless. For the first time, the rogue cultivators began to fear and awe the northern region cultivators. On the warship of the Zheng family. What's going on? Someone among those rogue cultivators broke through Wu Jun at this time, and for them at the same time, many Wu Juns of the Zheng family were very shocked when they saw the light column in the distance. One had to know that they were currently in the middle of a chase. It was already surprising that the rogue cultivators were not scared witless like before and scattered like birds and beasts. In such a vile environment, there was actually someone who could calmly cultivate, and even make a breakthrough into a martial lord? How is this possible? It must be a trick of those rogue cultivators. Many warriors of the Zheng family couldn't believe it and suspected that it must be a lie. Only a weather-beaten, middle-aged man at the bow of the warship was still very calm. He snorted and said, "Humph, it's impossible for those rogue cultivators, but we can't underestimate the warriors of the northern region who went out to sea. Don't forget Zhao Qianjun." Zhao Qianjun. Many Wujuns of the Zheng family changed their expressions when they heard this name. 20 years ago, this name was definitely a nightmare in the chaotic ocean. Most importantly, it was said that Zhao Qianjun came from the northern region. At this time, they saw with their own eyes how fast Jing Wushou and others improved under the pressure. Many Wujuns of the Zheng family couldn't help but feel anxious. It seems that there are still many potential geniuses in the northern region. "Commander, what should we do now? Should we launch an all-out attack?" A Wujun asked loudly, with obvious fear in his eyes. "This," the weather-beaten, middle-aged man pondered. Before he gave the order, a figure suddenly rushed from behind. "Master's order. Everyone of the Zheng family, retreat immediately. Don't hurt the warriors of the northern region." The one who could rush over so quickly was naturally Zheng Jing. Seeing that Zheng Jing came in person and gave such an order, the Wu Jun of the Zheng family was very shocked. "What's going on? We obviously have a huge advantage. Why do we have to retreat? Pass the order, retreat." Zheng Jing didn't answer this question, and neither did the weather-beaten middle-aged man, but they both understood each other's feelings from their eyes. The northern region was not to be trifled with. Yi Fei was not to be trifled with. In this way, a large group of Wu Juns of the Zheng family, as well as the whole team, simply retreated at the critical moment when victory was about to be achieved. This caused many warriors of the Zheng family to complain. They felt that the master was really baffling. Could it be that the Zheng family's Wu Jun saw us break through and got scared, so they ran away? Long Gang laughed loudly and proudly. What he got in return was naturally disdainful looks from Jing Wushou and Shifeng. There were hundreds of Wu Juns on the other side. Would they be afraid of the four of them? "Young master, this is really strange. The Zheng family was about to achieve a complete victory. Why did they suddenly retreat?" In the clouds, several white-clothed old men looked at the retreating Zheng family team, feeling puzzled. The young master they spoke of was a very handsome young man. This young man was also dressed in white, and there was a complicated sword mark on his chest. Obviously, they were all from the Sky Sword sect. Chapter 762. Never lower your head this time. It was also a coincidence for Wang Han. As the strongest genius of the chaotic ocean, Wang Han had long wanted to head to the central continent and join the Sacred Academy. Right now, he was undergoing his final tempering and coincidentally encountered the Zheng clan's fleet that was wantonly capturing rogue cultivators. Wang Han only used a few tricks to capture a Wu Jun from the Zheng family and forced him to reveal the secret of discovering Yi Fei. Wang Han had followed them all the way here, hoping to benefit from the battle. However, the sudden retreat of the Zheng family's fleet caught Wang Han off guard. "Damn it, I didn't expect the Zheng family's fleet to retreat for no reason. Could it be that they didn't dare to interfere after discovering the young master here?" The elders of the Sky Sword sect guessed. Wang Han's expression was cold. He thought that was most likely the case and snorted. At least the Zheng family knows their place and knows that they shouldn't go against the Sky Sword sect. Otherwise, after I kill the Yi Fei, the Zheng family will be next. "Oomph. Young master, what should we do now?" A white-clothed elder asked respectfully. Wang Han looked at the cheering rogue cultivators with disdain and said, "I hate these rogue cultivators the most. They're like trash, polluting the chaotic ocean." Seeing that the Zheng family had retreated, Wang Han could only personally come out and walk down from the clouds. Of course, his words were all heard by the rogue cultivators Wu Jun. All the rogue cultivators Wu Jun were furious. They looked at Wang Han angrily. Elder Tang said, "Who are you? Why are you insulting us rogue cultivators?" "Insulting? What a joke. You're a bunch of trash. Are you worthy of being insulted by me? Wang Han's face was full of disdain. His eyes were still looking at the sky. He didn't even look down. His attitude angered not only the rogue cultivators, but also Jing Wushou and the others. After all, they were rogue cultivators now. Even if we're rogue cultivators, we can't be insulted by you. If you have the guts, come down and fight. The one-eyed man roared furiously. He was irritable and never restrained himself. Wang Han still didn't say anything. The white-clothed elders of the Sky Sword sect stood in front of him coldly and shouted, "Impudent! A mere rogue cultivator dares to speak to our Sky Sword sect's young master like that? What? Heavenly Sword sect? He's the young master of the Sky Sword sect, Wang Han. It's rumored that he's a genius second only to Zhao Qianjun in the Chaotic Ocean, and he'll be heading to the Central Continent soon to join the Holy Academy." Boom! After learning that it was the Heavenly Sword sect's junior sect master, Wu Jun, who had appeared in the sky, many rogue cultivators turned pale with fright. It was rumored that Wang Han hated rogue cultivators very much. Whenever he went out and encountered a rogue cultivator in front of him, Wang Han would usually kill them with a sword. Over time, Wang Han's actions also affected the other forces. Whenever they encountered rogue cultivators, they would either kill or rob them. This greatly worsened the living conditions of rogue cultivators. At this moment, seeing that it was Wang Han, many of the rogue cultivators present were scared speechless. Jing Wushou was furious. "What's wrong with you people? The Sky Sword sect is insulting you like this, and you're just going to swallow it? So what if I humiliate you? Trash deserves to be humiliated. Could it be that you're the Yifei? I heard that you obtained the Glory sect's inheritance. Looks like your strength isn't that great." Wang Han was slightly surprised to see that Jing Wushou wasn't afraid of him. "Sorry, I'm not Yifei," Jing Wushou said solemnly. Hearing this, Wang Han's face turned ugly. "What? You're not Yifei? Then what right does trash like you have to talk to me? Take my sword." Boom! Wang Han suddenly raised his sword. This sword was fast and ruthless. He didn't intend to let Jing Wushou live at all. Jing Wushou's face immediately revealed a trace of fear, followed by raging anger. Heaven's Sealing Sword. As the personal disciple of Sword Maniac Elder, Jing Wushou's sword Dao was also very terrifying. He erupted with all his strength, forming a huge sword vortex. Instantly, the sword light's power was weakened by 70%. However, the remaining 30% still gave Jing Wushou a feeling of death. Once it landed, Jing Wushou would probably lose his life. Not good. Let's go together. Shi Feng, Long Gang, and Chen Feng exchanged glances. The three of them didn't hesitate. Shi Feng used the Azure Dragon Sacred Spear. Long Gang activated his Jiao Dragon Body, and Chen Feng formed his strongest blade light. Together with Jing Wushou, the four Wu Juns attacked at the same time. Wang Han's face was cold. He casually pointed again. The falling sword light suddenly exploded, forming a sword storm that swept Jing Wushou and the other three into it. Wah! Pung! After all, they had just stepped into Wu Jun. Even if the four of them joined forces, they still couldn't block Wang Han's casual sword. Jing Wushou, Long Gang, Shi Feng, and Chen Feng were all heavily injured and collapsed on the deck. This caused an uproar among the other Wu Jun. Heaven's Sealing Sword? Interesting. That vortex just now actually weakened my sword chi by 70%. More importantly, the four of you are still alive. Wang Han was very surprised. With his current strength, even a casual sword should be able to instantly kill a first-layer Wu Jun. Young master, these four people's martial arts are strong, but their cultivation is low. They are most likely the martial artists from the North region. A white-clothed elder reminded Wang Han. Wang Han nodded. He finally looked at Jing Wushou and said, "Your sword just now was very good. It seems that the martial arts of the North region have some skill. I take back my previous words. You're not trash. In fact, you're slightly stronger than trash." Bullshit. Jing Wushou was incomparably furious. Long Gang, Shi Feng, and Chen Feng all vomited blood and cursed. They were very sullen. If they were at the same cultivation level, they wouldn't have been defeated like this. You are courting death. How dare you insult our Sky Sword sect's young master? According to the rules, our Sky Sword sect must exterminate your 10 families. The white-clothed elders threatened. Someone was about to attack and immediately kill Jing Wushou and the other 3. Wait, Wang Han stopped them. He looked at the 4 with appreciation and said, "Your strength is not bad. You should have a special relationship with Yi Fei. How about this? Tell me where Yi Fei is now. I can consider letting the 4 of you be my dogs." What? You want us to be your dogs? Jing Wushou and the other 3 were stunned. Even the arrogant Lin Tianjiao had never said such a thing. Humph, it is your honor that the young master is willing to let you be his dogs. Do you know how many Wu Juns in the chaotic ocean want to be his dogs, but don't have the chance? Why don't you kneel down and thank him? The white-clothed elders echoed. This immediately made all the martial artists of the North region furious. Thank your sister. Kill us if you have the guts. What kind of shit is the Sky Sword sect's young master? You are not even worthy of wiping the shoes of the Saint King Yi. Long Gang and Chen Feng also echoed and cursed. It was very rhythmic. Jing Wushou and Shi Feng did not say anything. They wiped off the blood, gripped their spears and swords, and stood up from the deck again. Chapter 763. Battle of Geniuses Rumble. The sword shook the sky. Wang Han walked towards a ship. The entire sky was filled with the sharp sound of the sword. Wang Han's cold voice rang out. All rogue cultivators are trash. Since they are trash, they must be cleaned up. What? The Sky Sword sect is too much. It's fine if they bully us, but now they want to clean us up? Wang Han's words made the rogue cultivators Wu Jun angry and fearful. Elder Tang and Elder Lu roared together. Wang Han, even if we die, we'll drag you down with us. What are you afraid of? You're old. Don't you have any dignity? The Sky Sword sect clearly wants to kill all of you. Are you going to stand there and wait for death? Jing Wushou roared. Rumble. The hesitant rogue cultivators Wu Jun on the ship trembled. That's right. Wang Han's hatred for rogue cultivators was well known. As long as a rogue cultivator encountered Wang Han, there would only be one outcome: death. We'll die if we meet Wang Han anyway. What's the point of cowering now? Wang Han, I'll kill you. One-Eyed actually charged towards Wang Han for the first time. Then Elder Tang, Elder Lu, Jing Wushou, Shi Feng, Long Gang, Chen Feng, all the loose martial monarchs on the warship roared and charged towards Wang Han in the sky. Impudent. If a young master wants to kill ants like you should just stand there obediently and let him kill you. How dare you resist? Be careful. Our Sky Sword sect will wipe out 10 of your families. The 3 white-clothed elders were worried that Wang Han would be injured. They immediately stood in front of him and prepared to kill these rogue cultivators. Wait. Wang Han coldly waved his hand and said in a deep voice, I came out to join the Sacred Academy and do my final training. These rogue martial monarchs below are the best whetstones for me to join the Sacred Academy. The white-clothed elders finally understood that Wang Han was purposely angering these rogue cultivators and using their anger to continue training. That's true. These rogue cultivators are weak, but they have the advantage of numbers. They can be used to increase the young master's battle experience. These rogue cultivators are lucky. They can use their lives to increase young master's strength. Even if they die, they should feel honored. Knowing Wang Han's intentions, the 3 white-clothed elders all sneered and retreated to the back, preparing to watch a good show of slaughter. While they were retreating, Wang Han showed no mercy. He raised his sword and cut Wu Jun into 2 halves from head to toe. Wu Jun, a rogue cultivator, is trash. Attack me with all your might. I don't want you to die too quickly. Wang Han licked the blood on his fingertips with a bloodthirsty expression. Strange, why is there such an intense battle aura up ahead? On the surface of the sea, tens of thousands of meters away from the warship, Yi Fei and Zhao Shinian were rushing over, while Zheng Wei followed behind with a dejected expression. Could it be that the Zheng family's Wu Jun has begun to attack Elder Tang and the others? Zheng Wei, if one of our people dies, I will castrate you. Zhao Xinian angrily glared at Zheng Wei. Zheng Wei was on the verge of tears. This has nothing to do with me. Don't talk nonsense, Zhao Xinian. You take Zheng Wei with you. I'll go check out the situation first. After a period of recovery, Yi Fei's 12 primordial spirits had recovered. Without any hesitation, Yi Fei activated the 100-mile speed and disappeared in front of the two people. Yi Fei, wait for me. Zhao Xinian was an impatient person. Seeing that Yi Fei had left, she stamped her feet and hurriedly flew over as fast as she could. Zheng Wei was dumbfounded. If they all left, wouldn't that give him the best chance to escape? Boom! In an instant, after 200 miles, Yi Fei finally sensed the area of the sea where the battle was taking place. When he saw that there were over 40 loose martial lords on the surface of the sea, madly attacking a white-clothed young man, Yi Fei was a bit shocked. He seems to be from the Sky Sword sect. This person is very strong. He can face more than 40 Wu Juns alone without being defeated. Hey, that's senior brother Jing and the others. Yi Fei was even more surprised to see the figures of Jing Wushou, Shi Feng, and the others in the crowd. Jing Wushou had actually defeated Wu Jun and was ambushed by the masters of the Sky Sword sect. No matter what, it's more important to save people first. From the young man, Yi Fei felt a very powerful aura, as well as a trace of pressure. He knew that even if 40 Wu Juns joined forces, they may not be the young man's match. What's more, the young man's attacks were really ruthless. Except for the 4 Wu Juns, which the young man did not pay attention to, the other Wu Juns were all fatal. In the short time that Yi Fei had arrived, he had already seen 4 rogue cultivators Wu Juns successively die at the hands of the white-clothed young man. After killing 4 Wu Juns so easily, Wang Han was very dissatisfied. You bunch of trash, you're too weak. Give it your all, otherwise after I kill all of you, I'll kill all of your families. What? This Wang Han not only killed us, but also our families. Why are we rogue cultivators so lowly? Why? We rogue cultivators have never offended you. Why do you want to kill us? Many rogue cultivators Wu Jun were furious. What answered them was Wang Han's tyrannical laughter. Ha ha, why? Because I, Wang Han, hate to see dirty things, especially rogue cultivator trash like you. Now that you know the reason, you can all die. Boom! Another terrifying sword light fell. This time, Wang Han chose to kill the more impulsive one-eyed man. One-eyed. Many elders of the Stellar Stockade roared, but they could do nothing. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. They simply could not rescue him. Am I going to die? One-Eye's face was full of bitterness, and then a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Wang Han, I'm not trash. I was born with an indomitable spirit, and I'll shock the world even if I die. I'll fight you to the death. One-Eye's body suddenly swelled. At this moment, he chose the cruelest way to end his life by self-detonating. It's One-Eyed. He actually chose to self-detonate. Yi Fei's heart was deeply shaken. He did not have much interaction with One-Eyed, but when he first arrived at the Stellar Stockade, One-Eyed had taken good care of him. He did not give One-Eyed any benefits, but One-Eyed had always supported him. Yi Fei knew that One-Eyed was a truly good person with a disgusting face. How could such a good person be forced to self-detonate? No, I can't let One-Eyed die like this. He's a good person, and he doesn't deserve such a fate. Sky-burying sword. Yi Fei made his move. His entire body was burning with blood-red flames. Soon after, a 100-meter-long sword rainbow streaked across the sky, suppressing the battle in the area. What's going on? What kind of sword technique is this? It actually imprisoned all of us. Is the Sky Sword sect so terrifying? The rogue cultivator Wu Jun was about to break down. Chapter 764. One sword to kill what? Yi Fei. You're the Yi Fei who obtained the Legacy of Glory sect? Wang Han was surprised by Yi Fei's appearance. Yi Fei, I originally thought that if you were even half a person, you would have long fled back to the northern region to hide. I didn't expect that you would actually take the initiative to expose yourself in order to save a piece of trash. How disappointing. Wang Han looked at Yi Fei with disdain. Even though it was rumored that Yi Fei had obtained the legacy of Glory sect, Wang Han wasn't too bad himself. He had swept through the entire younger generation of the chaotic ocean a long time ago. He was a true genius. If this kid is Yi Fei, we've been looking for him for so long. Yi Fei, the legacy of Glory sect, isn't something a lowly person like you can have. Hand it over now and swear to be a dog of Sky Sword sect. Then we can let you go. The three elders in white robes appeared once again, their faces filled with killing intent. That killing intent made many of the vagrant cultivators Wu Jun tremble in fear. Ignoring Wang Han, Yi Fei walked to Yi Fei's side as though he didn't feel the killing intent of the three elders in white robes. He looked at Shi Feng, Long Gang, and the nameless Chun Feng, whose name even Yi Fei couldn't remember. Brothers, I'm sorry that I came too late. I've caused everyone to suffer. Yi Fei blamed himself. If he had arrived a little earlier, Jing Wushou and the others wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. Brother Yi, you shouldn't have come. That's the young master of Sky Sword sect, the #1 genius of Chaotic Ocean. Let me go and blow him up. One-Eye's eyes were filled with sorrow and anger. Even though Yi Fei had used the Heaven's Burial stance to temporarily imprison him, once he self-destructed, it was irreversible. Once the imprison was removed, he would still explode. Yi Fei nodded slightly at One-Eyed. Brother One-Eyed, don't worry. As long as I'm around, we vagrant cultivators won't be bullied by anyone. All of you back off. Let me deal with this #1 trash. Boom. As he spoke, Yi Fei casually patted One-Eye's body, attempting to transfer a trace of the remaining black energy of the undying sword soul. The one-eyed man was shocked to discover that the cracks on his primordial spirit that was about to explode were rapidly disappearing. In the blink of an eye, his swollen body had actually recovered. How is that possible? Once a martial artist self-destructs, no one can save them. How did Yi Fei do it? The inheritance of the Sage sect. This must be the inheritance of the Sage sect. If we capture him, we can obtain the cultivation methods and martial arts of the ancient Sage sect. Seeing Yi Fei reveal this move, the three white-clothed elders all became excited. They immediately wanted to take action and capture Yi Fei. Suddenly, when he heard Yi Fei call him, the #1 genius, #1 trash, Wang Han immediately flew into a rage. Yi Fei, what did you say about me? How preposterous! Since you care so much about this group of trash, I'll let you see with your own eyes how a genius like me will kill them all with a single sword strike. Kill. Sky Sword Cleave. Wang Han raised his arm again and used his hand as a sword. He swung it forward fiercely, and a terrifying sword light swept down like a waterfall. It actually enveloped all the rogue cultivators, Wu Jun. At this moment, the rogue cultivators, Wu Jun, finally realized how terrifying this genius Wang Han was. This young master of the Sky Sword sect also had the terrifying strength to kill them all. Young Master Yi, save us. Many rogue cultivators, Wu Jun, screamed in fear. Scream all you want. The more miserable you scream, the happier the young master will be when he kills this group of trash. The three white-clothed elders understood that Wang Han wanted to challenge Yi Fei one-on-one. They tactfully retreated, feeling that this was the best opportunity for Wang Han to gain experience. At this moment, Yi Fei was still treating the one-eyed man's injuries. When he saw Wang Han start to attack again, the one-eyed man hurriedly shouted, Brother Yi, don't worry about me. You must save everyone. Big Brother One-Eyed, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will be able to hurt you. Yi Fei understood the one-eyed man's worries. At the same time that the river of swords fell, Yi Fei took a step forward. This step caused the entire sky to tremble. A huge sword vortex swept out and pierced the river of swords. The river of swords was immediately stirred up by the vortex. It turned into a stream of light and dissipated between heaven and earth. Oomph. So this is the sword technique of the Sky Sword sect? It's fine if you're trash, but I didn't expect your sword to be so trashy as well. You don't deserve to use a sword at all. Yi Fei shattered the sword light and began to take large strides forward, closing in on Wang Han. Damn it, you actually use a sword too? Very good. I'll let you see what a powerful sword technique is. Wang Han was furious. In the chaotic ocean, his Sky Sword sect sword technique was the strongest. How dare Yi Fei say that his sword technique was trashy? How preposterous! Yi Fei, take another blow from me. Wang Han roared. The sword light on his arm became even more terrifying. Shut up. You're a dead man. There's no need for you to speak. Yi Fei also roared. After seeing the one-eyed man's fate, he had made up his mind to kill this person. Burning sky style, Yi Fei pulled out the Phoenix Blood Sword. The sky suddenly lit up, turning the entire area into a world of flames. Within the flames, there were 4 dazzling sword lights. They were like meteors that enveloped Wang Han and the 3 white-clothed elders. Junior, you're courting death. The 3 white-clothed elders were furious. Yi Fei, how dare you be distracted while fighting me? I'll take your life. Sword light rippled all over Wang Han's body. His body was like a sword, his will was like a sword, and his heart was like a sword. 4 swords as one. Heaven's will is sword. Boom! Wang Han unleashed his strongest attack and slashed out a dazzling sword light at Yi Fei. Immediately, the sword fire that filled the sky was completely pulverized. Yi Fei, how dare you say that my swordsmanship is trash? Wang Han smirked. He wanted to see how Yi Fei would block his attack. Yi Fei nodded and said in a deep voice, your swordsmanship isn't bad. It's a pity that the person using it is trash. Battle, demon golden body. Heaven swallowing sword. Boom. Yi Fei took another step forward. This step caused the void to tremble. He was like an ancient battle demon that attacked in rage. The golden palm caught Wang Han's sword light mercilessly in its grasp. How is this possible? He actually caught the young master's strongest attack with his bare hands? Not good. The young master might be in danger. The 3 white-clothed elders were terrified. They tried their best to stand in front of Wang Han. At this moment, Yi Fei also had a cold look on his face. He grabbed Wang Han's sword light and slashed out fiercely. A huge pitch-black, demonic sword suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. This demonic sword tore through the void and shattered the earth. Wang Han looked on in horror. In an instant, it had already pierced through Wang Han's body. This is impossible. Bam! Wang Han widened his eyes. His face was filled with fear, shock, and regret. Then, a faint light appeared between his eyebrows and his entire body. Chapter 765. The 3 swords of heaven, earth, and Man Wang Han died, just like that. The number 1 genius of the chaotic ocean was killed by Yi Fei in just 2 moves. The sea suddenly became extremely quiet. Only the sound of Wang Han's broken body falling into the sea could be heard. Boom! Then, in an instant, everyone who saw this scene burst into an uproar. The 3 white-robed elders were also dumbfounded. Even if they were beaten to death, they couldn't believe that the strongest young master of their Sky Sword sect would be defeated just like that, and even die, using the enemy's sword to kill the enemy's body. I didn't expect Junior Brother Ye's understanding of the Sword Dao to have reached such a terrifying level. As a sword cultivator, Jing Wushou naturally watched the battle between the 2 geniuses of the Sword Dao. He did not even dare to blink. However, the outcome of the battle was too unexpected and too fast. In just a few breaths, the powerful young master of the Sky Sword sect had been killed. This was a sword. This was a sword cultivator. The sword was fast, and the sword was ruthless. Young master. The young master was killed in battle by a lowly warrior from the North region. Kill him. No, we have to kill all the itinerant cultivators in the chaotic ocean and all the warriors from the North region to accompany the young master. The three elders in white went crazy after recovering from their shock. They were Wang Han's personal guards. If Wang Han was glorious, they would be glorious. If Wang Han died in battle, they would not be able to escape the blame. We still have a chance. As long as we kill all these itinerant cultivators in Yi Fei, the sect master will forgive us on account of our strength. Boom, boom, boom. Three auras that were even more powerful than Wang Han's were emitted from the three elders in white. Yi Fei's expression turned extremely ugly. 3 10th level Wu Jun. They're all half a step away from the invincible Wu Jun, who is close to being a half-step almighty, just like that old man Zheng Guang. Yi Fei's heart sank. He knew that he was in big trouble this time. After all, his current combat strength was only close to that of a half-step almighty, just like the three white-clothed elders. In other words, Yi Fei could only fight one of the elders to a draw. If all three of them attacked him together, he would definitely be no match for them. However, when he saw the many rogue cultivators Wu Jun and Jing Wushou on the surface of the sea, Yi Fei clenched his teeth and loudly ordered Zhao Xinian, who had rushed over, Castellan, take everyone and escape immediately. The further the better. Yi Fei, what will happen to you if we leave? Sacred King Yi, if we leave together. If we die together. The northern region's martial artists were very anxious. They were not afraid of death. But this was also the reason why Yi Fei insisted on bringing up the rear. You all respect me as the Holy King of the North, so I have the responsibility to protect you all. Yi Fei, you little bastard. You won't be able to protect anyone today. How dare you kill our young master? We'll make sure you and all of you die with him. Die for this old man. Rumble. The anger of the three white-clothed elders caused the waves to roll up to 1,000 meters high. Countless rogue cultivators Wu Jun were seriously injured by the waves. They vomited blood and fell to the bottom of the sea. The sky had turned dark, the clouds had disappeared, and the sun had also disappeared. Yi Fei faced the waves and looked at the sky. What he saw was only 3 terrifying holy swords and 3 terrifying sword lights. Yi Fei die, sky sword slash, earth sword slash, human sword slash. Boom! The 3 sword lights intertwined and formed 3 terrifying auroras. They directly tore the world apart, leaving only the sword lights and fierce lights in the world. Oh no, that's the Sky Sword sect's most terrifying 3 swords of heaven, earth, and human. Wang Han only mastered 1 sword. I didn't expect these 3 old fellows to master 1 sword at the same time. They can even form a combined attack. Yi Fei is in danger now. Far away in the sky, there were 2 figures watching the battle. When they saw the white-clothed elders of the Sky Sword sect use the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man, their expressions changed at the same time. Yi Fei stood on the sea and felt the terrifying pressure from the 3 sword lights above his head. His eyes flashed with fear. What a terrifying 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man. The combined power of the 3 is comparable to a great emperor's sword technique. But you shouldn't have underestimated us rogue cultivators. You shouldn't have killed our northern region's martial artists. No matter how weak a force is, it will become strong one day. Yi Fei always believed in it, and he always carried it out. So what if it was a great emperor's sword technique? I have such a sword technique too. It will only be stronger than yours. Kill, Sky Annihilation Sword. Bury the sword and swallow the sky. Incinerate the sword and destroy the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Yi Fei's eyes were crazy, his golden body dazzling. He was like a crazy war demon, and also like a bloodthirsty Azura. Facing the terrifying 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man, he did not retreat, nor could he retreat. Because behind him were Jing Wushou, Zhao Xinian, and many rogue cultivators who were fleeing for their lives. These were his brothers and sisters, and also the targets that he was willing to protect with his life. Kill. The 3 white-clothed elders let out a roar that shook the sky. Kill. Yi Fei also let out a roar that was like a huge wave. At the same time, the Sky Annihilation Sword and the three swords of heaven, earth, and man violently collided. Boom! The sea within 3,000 meters, under the impact of the sword will of the two sides, suddenly exploded, forming stormy waves taller than mountains. Wah! Struck by the stormy waves, the three white-clothed elders retreated at the same time. Although they were not injured, the chi and blood in their body were constantly churning. Damn it! He forced us to use a forbidden technique to kill him. This Yifei's death is worth it. One of the white-clothed elders coldly looked at the chaotic sea. He's just a lowly martial artist from the countryside. How dare he kill our young master? Even if we kill him 10,000 times, it will not make up for the loss of our Sky Sword sect. Another white-clothed elder said coldly. What are you waiting for? Yifei is already dead. Let's kill those rogue cultivators who are fleeing for their lives and let them be buried with young master. The last white-clothed elder's face was filled with boundless killing intent. They were very angry, and this anger could only be quelled by killing the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators in the chaotic sea. Wait, if you want to kill them, you have to get past me first. Boom! In the chaotic sea, a whirlpool of swords that was hundreds of meters wide suddenly rolled up. Yifei wiped the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, step by step, once again walked from the sea to the sky. Holding the phoenix blood sword, he pointed at the three white-clothed elders and said coldly, "Our battle is not over yet." The faces of the three white-clothed elders became extremely ugly, and at the same time were filled with deep horror. What? He actually blocked the three swords of heaven, earth, and man. This is impossible. We used a forbidden technique that can even kill a half-step mighty expert. Kill. Continue to kill. We must kill this evil beast and avenge young master. Otherwise, we may be the ones to die. Chapter 766. Purple Gold Tai Chi. Heavenly Sword Slash. Earth Sword Slash. Human Sword Slash. Boom. 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 The three white-clothed elders were filled with killing intent. Their sacred swords shone brilliantly as they slashed out 3 times at the same time. Their eyes were cold and indifferent. They couldn't wait to smash Yifei into pieces. Sky Destroyer Sword, Berry Sword, Swallow Sky. Burn Sword, Extinguish Sky. Yifei's body was like a sword, breaking through layers of waves. He was going against the current and heaven and earth. The phoenix blood sword emitted a dazzling sword light. Suddenly, countless black holes were formed. Endless sword fire spewed out from the black holes. Yifei used his body as a sword, using his will to attack. He had never used the Sky Destroyer sword to such an extent before. The sword light from both sides collided once again, attacking and destroying each other. A huge amount of energy was released, shaking the 1,000-meter-tall waves and shattering them into pieces. A huge rainstorm the size of a basin started to fall from the sky. Even the surface of the sea couldn't withstand the destructive sword intent from both sides. A huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea. In the middle of the whirlpool, Yifei stood with his sword in hand. His body continued to burn with golden and blood-red flames. He had already activated the Battle Demon Golden Body and Azura's power to the limit. Even so, Yifei couldn't fight back against the 3 unrivaled Wu Juns. Defend, I must defend. As long as I can hold on for 1 more second, Senior Brother Jing and the others will have more time to escape. Yes, I must persevere. As long as I persevere, I will win. Kill. Golden light burst out, forming a small ball of sunlight. Yifei punched out with his left hand, trying to block the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and human while counterattacking. He actually blocked our 3 swords of heaven, earth, and human. He can still counterattack. What kind of defensive technique is that? He's only Wu Jun stage 5, but he already has the combat strength of our unrivaled Wu Jun. That's right. Yifei's current combat strength was the same as invincible Wu Jun's. Similar to how there were invincible martial kings in the martial king realm, There would be Invincible Wu Jun in the 12th level Martial Saint Realm too. Of course, Invincible Wu Jun was not a half-step almighty, but he was very close to it. That was why the destructive power of both sides was so shocking. Kill. Heaven's Sealing Sword weakened. The Slaughter Fist intent turned into a meteor, and the Devouring Sword intent turned into a whirlpool. Yifei struggled step by step, and finally stabilized himself in the middle of the whirlpool, which was 300 meters below the sea surface. This caused the faces of the three white-robed elders to turn ashen. They roared together. This brat, he really blocked our joint attack. Kill him. We must kill him. Otherwise, when he grows up, he will bring disaster to our Heavenly Sword sect. Haha, there's no need to wait for the future. As long as I don't die today, I'll personally pay a visit to the Heavenly Sword sect. Boom. While the three of them were in a panic, Yifei finally returned to the sky. He raised the Phoenix Blood Sword and attacked again. Suddenly, the world lost its color. Only the blazing flames of the Phoenix Blood Sword filled the world and swept towards the three white-robed elders. Junior, you're courting death. The three white-robed elders retreated frantically, but their faces were full of shame and anger. The three invincible Wu Jun couldn't kill a junior of the 5th level Wu Jun. This was a shame, and it made their hair burn. Everyone, we can't let this brat live. Burn our essence blood, and use our strongest attack to kill this brat. I agree. Me too. Kill. Boom. The three white-robed elders burned their essence blood at the same time and roared at the same time. The flames in the sky were suddenly torn apart by the three terrifying sword lights. At the same time, the golden flames burning on Yifei's body were torn apart. The three swords of heaven, earth, and man junior, to be able to force the three of us to burn our essence blood at the same time, we admit that you're indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, you're still going to die. The three sword lights suddenly merged, forming a huge sword of the sky. It shattered the mountain range, split the sea, and slashed towards Yifei's body. Yifei felt an aura of death approaching him. The two figures watching the battle from afar were shocked. Oh no, they're really planning to kill Yifei directly. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and save him. Father said that Yifei can't die in our chaotic ocean. The figure in front hurriedly rushed over at the fastest speed possible. Am I going to lose? Yifei looked at the terrifying three swords of heaven, earth, and man. His eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness, but more of it was anger. No, I can't lose. Even if I have to experience countless failures in the future, I have to win this battle. Battle Demon Golden Body, Power of Azura, help me one more time. I want to fight. I want to win. Life Essence Blood, burn for me. Roar. His chi and blood were like dragons, tearing the sky apart. The three elders in white couldn't believe that the chi and blood in a person's body could be so powerful. They saw Yifei's chi and blood explode, comparable to vicious beasts in human form. It burned half the sky and finally formed a purple gold sphere that protected Yifei. Boom, boom. The last three swords of heaven, earth, and man landed heavily on Yifei's purple gold sphere, sending Yifei from the sky into the sea a few thousand meters deep. This depth was enough to crush an ordinary stage 10 Wu Jun. But the strange thing was that the purple gold sphere that enveloped Yifei, other than dimming from the slash, actually didn't shatter. This result immediately gave the three of them a fright, and their gazes towards Yifei became even more fearful. How can this be? He blocked it again. How can his defense be so strong? Purple gold sphere, what kind of martial art is that? Could it be the legacy he received from the Sage sect? It has both offense and defense, and even blocked our strongest three swords of heaven, earth, and man. Kill him. We must kill him. Anyway, there are three of us. He's definitely no match for us. Continue attacking. We must break his strange defense circle. The three elders in white's eyes turned red. They burned their blood essence again. Let's fight it out with him. Boom. Another terrifying sword light slashed down furiously. But Yi Fei didn't seem to hear it. Only a few key words echoed in his mind. Both offense and defense, a defensive circle. This feeling is so familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. Oh, right. This description is very similar to the Tai Chi of the later generations. Tai Chi, yin and yang, one offense and one defense. Wasn't this the purple gold sphere that coincided with the fusion of the Tao of Azura and the Tao of Battle Demon? I see. This is the path I want to take. I want to fuse the two constitutions. What I want to do is to evolve Tai Chi. Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he fell into a wonderful state of epiphany. He began to imitate the Tai Chi of the later generations and practiced it methodically in the sky. What's going on? What kind of punching technique is that kid using? It's as slow as a tortoise. How can he block the 3 swords of Wu Jun? Uncle Xia, that's not right. Yi Fei's punching technique is clearly very fast. I can't even see what moves he's using. Boom. Chapter 767. Young Demon King. 2 rays of light, one gold and one red, suddenly separated. With Yi Fei as the center, they condensed into an incomplete purple-gold Tai Chi circle, blocking in front of Yi Fei. The 3 white-clothed elders desperately slashed down with the heaven, earth, and human swords. But the moment they collided with the purple-gold Tai Chi circle, they suddenly felt a great resistance and rebound force. The sword light condensed from the heaven, earth, and human swords exploded, but the energy of the explosion was quickly offset by the spinning purple-gold Tai Chi circle. In the end, when the sword light subsided and the seawater shattered, the purple-gold Tai Chi circle revolving around Yi Fei was still intact. As for Yi Fei, he was completely unharmed. Using the Tai Chi circle, Yi Fei took one step at a time and returned to the sky. This scene also scared the 3 white-clothed elders silly. Yi Fei's move was really too exaggerated. He was only a 5th-tier Wu Jun, but he was unharmed in the face of 3 invincible Wu Juns. Not even Zhao Qianjun had been able to accomplish such a feat back then. I didn't expect that 20 years ago, Zhao Qianjun appeared in the chaotic ocean. 20 years later, another northern region holy king who is even more terrifying than Zhao Qianjun appeared. How was this a holy king? He's a demon king, an invincible young demon king. The battle between Yi Fei and the 3 white-clothed elders was too terrifying. Not only were the 2 figures who rushed over, but many other experts were secretly watching this battle. When they saw that Yi Fei was able to withstand the attacks of 3 invincible Wu Jun with a strange purple-gold Tai Chi circle and remain undefeated, everyone was shocked. Yi Fei could even see the fear on the faces of the 3 white-clothed elders. How is it? Didn't you want to kill me? Continue fighting, don't stop, Yi Fei urged. He felt that his purple-gold Tai Chi circle was still very incomplete. He urgently needed to continue comprehending it in the battle. Of course, when Yi Fei's words fell into the ears of the 3 white-clothed elders, it was a blatant provocation and humiliation. 3 invincible Wu Juns couldn't defeat a 5th-tier Wu Jun Jr. This was not a humiliation, but a great humiliation. Junior, don't be so arrogant. How dare you kill the young master of our heavenly sword sect? We'll kill you even if we have to sacrifice our lives. That's right, let's fight it out with him. If invincible Wu Jun can't do it, then we'll become half-step mighty figures. Shua. As the invincible Wu Jun, the 3 white-robed elders could not tolerate Yi Fei's provocation. They glanced at each other and took out a black pill. Oh no, that's the demonic frenzy pill. They want to forcefully break through to the half-step almighty realm and kill me. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively felt a sense of danger. After all, the purple-gold Tai Chi circle was something he had just comprehended. He was confident that he could face 3 invincible Wu Juns, but not 3 half-step almighties. He had to escape. This thought flashed through Yi Fei's mind, but before he could take any concrete action, a white-robed elder suddenly appeared in the sky. Without saying a word, he threw out 3 punches across the air. 3,000 meters away, the demonic frenzy pills that the 3 white-robed elders were about to consume had all exploded and turned into scrap. Who is it? How dare you interfere with the matters of our heavenly sword sect? It's the 100-step divine fists hitting the bull through the mountain. Damn it, divine fist sect. How dare you spoil our plans? The 3 white-robed elders were so angry that they were seeing stars. If they could consume the demonic frenzy pills successfully, they would have absolute confidence in defeating Yi Fei. However, the divine fist sect's sneak attack had ruined their last chance. The 3 white-robed elders were so angry that they were cursing their ancestors. Divine fist sect, just you wait. We'll never let you off. Yi Fei, just you wait for the endless revenge of our heavenly sword sect. The 3 of them were very cunning. Seeing that the demonic frenzy pills had been destroyed and that the divine fist sect seemed to be on Yi Fei's side, they turned around and fled. In the blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. Where do you think you're going? Knowing that they had become mortal enemies with the heavenly sword sect, Yi Fei naturally wouldn't let them go. He immediately tore through the void and chased after them with large strides. Divine fist sect, since you've formed an alliance with me, show me your sincerity. Don't let the people of the heavenly sword sect escape. As Yi Fei chased after them, he rolled his eyes and roared with all his might. This also shocked the 3 white-robed elders who were fleeing for their lives. What? The divine fist sect actually formed an alliance with Yi Fei secretly? Damn it. No wonder the divine fist sect was unwilling to deal with Yi Fei with us. We have to report this matter to the sect leader. The divine fist sect betrayed our chaotic ocean. They deserve to die. Boom! Hearing Yi Fei's words, not only were the 3 white-robed elders convinced, but many people who were secretly watching were also secretly shocked. I didn't expect our divine fist sect to actually form an alliance with Yi Fei. Uncle Xia, when did this happen? Even I, the young master, didn't know about it? Xia Jun asked curiously. In exchange, he was scolded by Xia Zheng. What do you know? That brat spouted nonsense, and even dared to drag our divine fist sect down with him. This old man shouldn't have helped him. Xia Zheng was so angry that his beard stood up. He understood that this time, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. However, he had no choice but to take action. The sect leader seemed to have the intention of forming an alliance with Yi Fei. Xia Zheng wasn't a person who was afraid of trouble. Of course, he wouldn't let the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect leave so easily. Heavenly Sword sect, you actually dared to secretly hunt down our young master. This old man will kill you today as a warning to you. Xia Zheng tried to explain the reason why he took action. He even looked in Yi Fei's direction proudly. In the end, this glance made Xia Zheng's eyelids jump in fright. He saw Yi Fei catch up with a white-clothed elder. Not only did he quickly kill him with a sword, he immediately tore through the void and caught up with another white-clothed elder. Wow, this brat's invincible defense is one thing, but his speed is also so terrifying. That seems to be the Shang clan's void steps. It seems that this old man has to show some ability. As he spoke, Xia Zheng's eyes turned cold. He punched through the air and killed the 3rd white-clothed elder. Soon he was trapped. Xia Zheng, your divine fist sect colluded with the North region and betrayed the chaotic ocean. You will die a horrible death. This old man will wait for you in the Yellow Springs. Boom! Realizing that he couldn't escape, the white-clothed elder directly self-destructed. At this time, Yi Fei caught up with the last white-clothed elder. The phoenix blood sword mercilessly pierced through the elder's body. That elder turned his head and stared at Yi Fei with resentment. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. Originally, he wouldn't have been killed so easily by Yi Fei. But just now, in order to break Yi Fei's strange purple Tai Chi circle, they had exhausted too much of their primordial spirits. When they escaped, they didn't have much strength left. That was why Yi Fei and Xia Zheng could easily kill them. Of course, The death of the three elders of the Sky Sword sect shocked many experts who were secretly watching. For a moment, more and more complicated thoughts were looking at the Divine Fist sect. Xia Zheng was incomparably angry. He shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? Go back home and see your wife. The Sky Sword sect is chasing my young master. We are here to seek revenge. That's all. That's all." Divine Fist sect, you don't need to explain. No matter what your goal is, since you dare to ally with the North region, you're destined to be the mortal enemy of all the forces in the chaotic ocean. We will meet on the battlefield. Many of the spying eyes retreated after Xia Zheng's angry scolding. But there were also experts who didn't fear the Divine Fist sect and left such ruthless words before withdrawing their divine thoughts. Chapter 768. Alliance. Faced with Xia Jun's question, Yi Fei found it hard to answer. He felt a little strange. How did you know that I'm Qin Bing? This was what Yi Fei couldn't figure out the most. He clearly didn't reveal any flaws. So how did Xia Jun recognize him at a glance? I'll still call you Brother Yi. Brother Yi, although your appearance has changed, I, Xia Jun, won't mistake your aura. You must know that I, Xia Jun, am a man who wants to establish a country of women. Even if a beauty is 3 miles away, I can still smell their fragrance. Xia Jun said proudly, as if he was showing off to Yi Fei. Yi Fei didn't know what to say. Only now did he understand how Xia Jun discovered him. Brother Xia, and this elder, thank you for just now. Yi Fei thanked Xia Jun, then cupped his hands towards Xia Zheng, who had rushed over. If Xia Zheng hadn't acted in time and destroyed the 3 white-clothed elders' frenzy demon pills, Yi Fei would have been the one to escape. Xia Zheng said with a cold face, "Kid, is this the sincerity of your thanks? We just don't want you to die in the chaotic ocean and get into trouble. It's fine if you don't thank us, but you actually dragged us into the water?" Xia Zheng was very unhappy. Yi Fei's nonsense just now might cause the Divine Fist sect to offend both the Sky Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Island. Faced with Xia Zheng's questioning, Yi Fei was still very calm. He smiled and shook his head. "Senior Xia, you're wrong. I'm not dragging you into the water. I'm saving your Divine Fist sect." "What? Brother Yi, you're not being honest. Why can't I see that our Divine Fist sect needs your help?" Xia Jun was a little confused. He obviously lacked experience. However, Xia Zheng's expression changed when he heard this. He couldn't help but look deeply at Yi Fei. Then, he sighed and said, "The younger generation will surpass us in time. The sect master is right. A martial artist that can leave the northern region is not someone that our tiny chaotic sea can restrict." "Does that mean Senior agrees to form an alliance with me to deal with the Heavenly Sword sect and Divine Dragon Island together?" Yi Fei was delighted. When he saw the Divine Fist sect taking action, he had a vague feeling that the Divine Fist sect would not help him for no reason. Therefore, he used the alliance between the two sides to test the waters. Now, it seemed that he might really be able to form an alliance with the Divine Fist sect. The sect master just doesn't want you to die in the chaotic ocean. As for whether or not he'll form an alliance with you, that's not up to me." Xia Zheng coldly snorted. He felt that Yi Fei was too shrewd. He could squeeze oil out of stone. Just because he accidentally intervened, Yi Fei could take the opportunity to propose an alliance. However, Yi Fei's current strength was there. He could face 3 invincible experts at the same time without being defeated by Wu Jun. Therefore, in the face of Yi Fei's alliance request, Xia Zheng did not dare to directly refuse. Instead, he pondered for a moment and said, "Yi Fei, do you dare to come with us to the Divine Fist sect and meet our sect master?" "Why wouldn't I dare? However, I must bring my companions," Yi Fei said in a low voice, and then looked at the sea in the distance. It turned out that Zhao Xinian had not gone far with Jing Wushou and the others. When they learned that the Divine Fist sect had taken action and the 3 white-clothed elders had all died, they rushed back. Xia Zheng also glanced at Jing Wushou and the others in surprise, saying indifferently, "Okay, since they are your people, they can naturally go with you. After all, Yi Fei's current strength was not ordinary, and the sect master obviously had the intention of befriending Yi Fei. Xiaozheng, of course, would not refuse Yi Fei's reasonable request. So he raised his hand and began to set up the domain gate, preparing to leave here and return to the Divine Fist sect. Yi Fei returned to the large ship of the rogue cultivators, saying to everyone, "Everyone, I plan to go to the Divine Fist sect and try to form an alliance with the Divine Fist sect. Are you willing to come with me?" "Of course we are. Young Master Yi, wherever you go, we will follow." Before Zhao Xinyan and Jing Wushou could answer, the group of rogue cultivators with Jun had already shouted excitedly. Besides, they had nowhere else to go except to follow Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, you can arrange it. We will listen to you." Zhao Xinyan also nodded. As for Jing Wushou and the others, they had no objections. Just at this time, Xiaozheng had already set up the domain gate leading to the Divine Fist sect. Yi Fei led them, together with Xiaozheng and Xia Jun, quickly passed through the domain gate and came to the territory of the Divine Fist sect. The Divine Fist sect was very strange. It was unexpectedly 5 tall mountain ranges, forming a 5-fingered perilous peak. All the disciples of the Divine Fist sect usually cultivated on these 5 mountain peaks. Perhaps because they had received the news of Yi Fei's arrival on the most magnificent mountain peak in the middle, Yi Fei could vaguely sense many powerful consciousnesses probing over. When they swept over Yi Fei, these consciousnesses were very surprised. But when they swept over to Xia Jun, who was standing together with Yi Fei, one of the consciousnesses suddenly snorted coldly. Xia Jun, who had been silent all the way, at this time began to turn pale. He could not help but complain to Yi Fei, "Brother Yi, this time I've really been harmed by you." "How have I harmed you?" Yi Fei was puzzled. Xia Jun was full of hidden bitterness. "If you hadn't lied to me that you were a disciple of the Saint Court, I wouldn't have disobeyed my father's orders and brought Uncle Xia to the chaotic ocean to look for you." "Sai, originally I wanted to rely on you to go to the central province together and save thousands of beautiful girls. Now it seems that it won't work." As he spoke, Xia Jun was already heartbroken. "Beauties of the central province, it's not that I don't want to love you, it's that you don't have the chance to receive my love." Yi Fei was extremely speechless. He secretly thought to himself, "No wonder the sect master of the Divine Fist sect didn't let you go to the central province. If you go to the central province like this, you will be beaten to death in less than 3 days." However, when he saw Xia Jun return to his home in a daze, Yi Fei secretly felt that it was funny. "Xia Jun, don't be discouraged. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fall in love with only one flower? There are also many beauties in the chaotic ocean. You can always find one that suits you." Yi Fei casually comforted Xia Jun. It was also this sentence that made Xia Jun tremble all over. He repeatedly thought about it and said, "There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fall in love with only one flower?" "Brother Yi, is this your understanding of life? How quintessential and inspiring it is. Isn't this the most realistic portrayal of my life?" Xia Jun was completely convinced by this sentence. His dejected state was swept away, and he became full of fighting spirit. He said, "Brother Yi, thank you for your wise words. You are right. There are plenty of fish in the sea. The central province is so big, and there are so many beauties. How can I, Xia Jun, be absent? I have decided that even if my father breaks my legs, I will crawl to the central province." "Bastard, what are you talking about? Crawling to the central province and giving birth to a son like you is the shame of the Divine Fist sect. You don't need to crawl. I will break your legs right now." Because he was too bold, Xia Jun had completely forgotten that his father's telepathic thoughts were still nearby and happened to hear his bold words. Chapter 769. Honorary Elder Boom. 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 What answered Xia Jun was the sect master of the Divine Fist sect, who was even more furious. "Bastard, instead of letting you crawl to your death in the central region, I will kill you now." Hence, the sect master of the Divine Fist sect was even more ruthless. Xia Jun was also very cunning. Realizing that he could not block the attack, he simply shrank his body and jumped behind Yi Fei. "Brother Yi, save me." Yi Fei was incomparably depressed. However, the Xia army had helped him a lot in coming to the Divine Fist sect this time. When he realized that there was a fist force coming at him from a distance, Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He also sent a fierce fist force forward, shattering the fist force of the Divine Fist sect master. "Fist intent, kid. Don't you use a sword?" On the mountain peak, a middle-aged man with a square face was very surprised. He suddenly snorted and punched again. Invincible Divine Fist. Boom! Thousands of meters away, the fist energy of the Divine Fist sect smashed the sea surface where Yi Fei was standing, creating a whirlpool that was dozens of meters deep. Yi Fei's eyes could not help but brighten. The fist technique of the Divine Fist sect is indeed wonderful. However, my fist intent will not be weak either. Slaughter fist intent. The fist energy that was filled with slaughter once again shattered the fist energy from a distance. Xia Jun and Xia Zheng were also shocked. Not only was Yi Fei's sword technique powerful, but his fist technique was also not bad. "Good kid, you are indeed a warrior from the northern region. You are much stronger than a bastard like me." The sect master of the Divine Fist sect was very satisfied with Yi Fei's strength and stopped teaching Xia Jun a lesson. After all, Yi Fei was his son. Even if he was useless, he could not just kill him directly. "Brother Yi, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I would have definitely been beaten up again. AI, the beauties of the Central State are still the best." Xia Jun's character didn't change at all. After being beaten up, he was still standing there. Yi Fei finally understood why the sect master of the Divine Fist sect had such an attitude towards his son. "Greetings, sect leader of Godly Fist sect." Yi Fei followed Xia Zheng up the mountain and finally saw the sect master of the Divine Fist sect, Xia Feng. He was a middle-aged man with an imposing aura and was very powerful. In Yi Fei's opinion, Xia Feng definitely had the combat strength of a half-step almighty. Xia Feng was also very straightforward. When he saw Yi Fei, he asked directly, "Yi Fei, I heard that you want to form an alliance with our Divine Fist sect?" "That's right." Yi Fei nodded. You're dreaming. You don't have the ability to deal with the Heavenly Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Island, so you actually want to drag our Divine Fist sect down with you. Sect leader, we can't agree. Back then, Zhao Qianjun caused great damage to our Divine Fist sect. We have a blood feud with the North region. The elders of the Divine Fist sect were disdainful. In their opinion, Yi Fei was not qualified to form an alliance with them. The sect master of the Divine Fist sect also sighed helplessly. "Yi Fei, as you can see, my elders don't seem to have the intention to form an alliance with you." Isn't the sect master in charge of the Divine Fist sect? Or is the sect master afraid of the joint pressure of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Island? Yi Fei looked very indifferent. His indifference angered many elders of the Divine Fist sect. They felt that Yi Fei was too despicable. How could he say such harsh words in front of the sect master? If the sect master misunderstood, those elders who objected hurriedly peeked at Xia Feng's face. Fortunately, as the sect master, Xia Feng was very wise. He was not instigated by Yi Fei. Instead, he sneered and said, "Boy, it's useless to talk to me. If you want to form an alliance with us, you have to give us satisfactory conditions." "What conditions do you want?" Yi Fei asked. There was no free lunch in the world. If he wanted the Divine Fist sect to help him, he had to pay a certain price. On the way here, Yi Fei had already thought about this. "It's very simple. If you're willing to share the Sage Sect's inheritance with us, we will fully support you." An elder of the Divine Fist sect said. "You are simply delusional." Yi Fei sneered and refused directly. That elder could not help but fly into a rage. "Boy, what did you say? You don't need to give us anything? You want us to help you for free?" Xia Feng also looked at Yi Fei in confusion. "If you don't give us the Sage Sect's inheritance, what else can you give us?" Yi Fei smiled confidently and suddenly pointed at himself. "My price is myself. I can join the Divine Fist sect." Yi Fei said in a deep voice. He had already considered this. To borrow the power of the Divine Fist sect, he either had to be a master or a subordinate. However, these two relationships were not what Yi Fei wanted. The only thing left was to integrate with the Divine Fist sect completely. In this way, both sides would be bound together for good or ill. The Divine Fist sect would naturally do their best to help him. At the same time, Yi Fei's words also shocked everyone in the Divine Fist sect. What? Yi Fei is actually willing to join the Divine Fist sect? This is not bad. Although Yi Fei did not receive the Sage sect's inheritance, once he grows up, he will at least be an omnipotent sage. We have every reason to help him. The elders of the Divine Fist sect were all moved. If it was someone else who made this request, they would definitely laugh at them. However, Yi Fei was different. Not only did Yi Fei receive the Sage sect's inheritance, but he was also able to remain undefeated under the attacks of 3 Wu Jun of the Unrivaled Realm. In the end, he even killed 2 of them. Such talent was already comparable to those geniuses in the Middle State. Xiaofeng was also moved when he heard this. However, in the end, he shook his head and said, "This is still not enough. The more talented you are, the more likely you are to fall. If we help you now and you fall soon, wouldn't we be drawing water with a bamboo basket? Wouldn't we be wasting our efforts?" Yes, what the sect leader said makes sense. Kid, you want the Divine Fist sect to bet our lives with just an empty promise? You are dreaming. Xia Zheng interrupted unhappily. He had experienced Yi Fei's methods before. If he was not careful, he would be tricked. Yi Fei sighed when he heard that. Sigh, it seems like I have no choice but to use my trump card. You're afraid that I'll die halfway. What about Zhao Qianjun? If I say that I'm Zhao Qianjun's junior brother, even if I unfortunately die in the future, Zhao Qianjun, the omnipotent sage, will protect you? Boom! Hearing Yi Fei's words, the elders of the Immortal Fist sect, who were still making a ruckus, were all dumbfounded. What? Zhao Qianjun, that demon, is still alive? He became the omnipotent great sage within 20 years? Xia Zheng was also shocked. What? You are Zhao Qianjun's junior? Kid, you're not talking nonsense, are you? After all, Yi Fei had a criminal record. Not to mention Xia Zheng. Even Xia Jun looked at him suspiciously. Yi Fei was very depressed. He spread out his hands helplessly and said, "Why would I lie to you? Besides, Zhao Qianjun's daughter is right beside me. If you don't believe me, I can call her over." "Don't call her." "Yi Fei, I believe you. You are not lying. However, I have one last condition. If you agree, the Divine Fist sect will help you with all our strength." Xiaofeng finally said. "What condition?" Yi Fei looked at the sect leader curiously. Chapter 770. The dragon's mouth. Hearing Xiaofeng's words, Yi Fei finally understood what it meant to be the leader of a sect. He wanted an omnipotent great sage to join just by providing some help. Yi Fei thought that he was already being greedy. In the end, the sect leader of the Godly Fist sect was even more greedy. Most importantly, even if Yi Fei had 10 times the guts, he still wouldn't have the right to make a decision for Zhao Qianjun. Yi Fei tried his best to find an excuse. Ahem, sect leader, this is not a good idea. You know what kind of person senior brother Zhao is. How can I help him make the decision? Also, I remember that Zhao Qianjun has a blood feud with the Divine Fist sect. Do you really want him to join? Hearing that Xiaofeng intended to recruit Zhao Qianjun, many elders of the Divine Fist sect felt very uneasy, even though it was a clever move. In the end, the enmity between the Divine Fist sect and Zhao Qianjun was too great. It could be said that if it were not for the fact that so many experts of the Divine Fist sect had died at the hands of Zhao Qianjun, the Divine Fist sect would not have declined like it was now. Sect Master, I don't think it's appropriate to recruit Zhao Qianjun. Even if he didn't eliminate us back then, he still caused us great casualties. We can't forget this pain. Xia Zheng took a step forward and objected in a deep voice. Many of the elders didn't say anything, but their hesitant expressions showed their attitude. Xiaofeng sighed and said, You guys still can't get over it. Back then, Zhao Qianjun did cause us great losses. Emotionally, we should hate him. Then why are you still? Xia Zheng was a little confused. Xiaofeng waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Compared to feelings, I care more about the rise and fall of the godly Fizz School. Now that the Heavenly Sword Sect has formed an alliance with the Divine Dragon Island, if we don't cast aside our hatred and take action, our Divine Fizz Sect might be wiped out from the chaotic ocean in 3 or 5 years." This was definitely not an exaggeration, but a bloody fact. Many elders could feel the pressure, which was why they chose to befriend Yi Fei. "Sect leader, we know that everything you have done is for the sake of the godly Fizz Sect. However, we have no objections to accepting Yi Fei. But if we accept Zhao Qianjun, we really can't get over it." Xia Zheng was in a difficult position. The other elders were also swayed. At this moment, Xiaofeng suddenly changed the topic and said, "I know it's hard for everyone to accept this. How about this? I won't accept Zhao Qianjun. He's already the omnipotent great sage. How can he be interested in our small divine Fizz sect? But Zhao Qianjun still has a daughter." Xiaofeng looked at Yi Fei with a smile. Yi Fei's face darkened. Only now did he realize Xiaofeng's intention. He did not really want to win over Zhao Qianjun, but to win over Zhao Xinian. The reason why he took such a big detour was to resolve the grudges in the hearts of these elders. After all, Zhao Qianjun had killed too many people from the godly Fizz sect. These elders could not accept it. But if it was Zhao Qianjun's daughter, with Qin Feng's painstaking speech just now, the elders would undoubtedly find it much easier to accept. Sure enough, as soon as Xiaofeng finished speaking, Yi Fei saw the eyes of many elders of the Divine Fizz sect light up. "This old man agrees. I agree too." As expected of the sect master, led by Xia Zheng, the elders of the Divine Fizz sect unanimously agreed to let Zhao Xinian become an honorary elder of the Divine Fizz sect. In this way, not only did they pass the psychological barrier, but they also indirectly won over an omnipotent great sage. In the future, if the Divine Fizz sect was in any trouble or if Zhao Xinian was in any danger, would Zhao Qianjun, as her father, not help her? "Yi Fei, you see, you can't influence Zhao Qianjun, but you can at least help us persuade his daughter to join our Divine Fizz sect," Xiaofeng said with a smile. What a sly old fox. Yi Fei cursed in his heart, but he still wore a smile on his face. "I can't guarantee this, but I'll try my best to persuade her. Then we'll also try our best to help you." Xiaofeng enunciated the words "try our best" very clearly. Yi Fei was speechless. However, under the eaves, he had to bow his head. He didn't care if he was alone, but for Jing Wushou and a large number of loose cultivators and warriors of the northern region who followed him, only by joining forces with the Divine Fizz sect would he have the capital to fight against the Sky Sword sect and Divine Dragon Island. "I'll go out and persuade Zhao Xinian." After that, Yi Fei went out and found Zhao Xinian and the others waiting outside. "Yi Fei, what did the Divine Fizz sect say? Are they willing to take us in?" Zhao Xinian was very anxious. After all, many people in the chaotic ocean knew that the loose cultivators were tied to Yi Fei. Yi Fei had also killed Wang Han and 3 elders of the Sky Sword sect. Without the protection of the Divine Fizz sect, with the tyrannical nature of the Sky Sword sect, it was very likely that they would kill all the loose cultivators in the chaotic ocean to vent their anger. Yi Fei also understood this point, so he thought of joining the Divine Fizz sect to avoid disaster. He immediately told everyone the conditions of the Divine Fizz sect. "What, it's that simple. As long as we become honorary elders, the Divine Fizz sect will promise to protect us. Then what are we waiting for?" "Of course we agree. But I have a request. All of us must join the Divine Fizz sect." Zhao Xinian's answer was very straightforward, and then looked at the master of the Divine Fizz sect and the group of elders. The group of elders looked at Zhao Xinian, grinning from ear to ear, as if they had picked up a big gold ingot. Their attitude was even more enthusiastic than Yi Fei's. Xiaofeng also nodded, looking very kindly at Zhao Xinian. "You must be Zhao Xinian. Don't worry, As long as you are willing to join our Divine Fist sect, we will agree to all your requests. From now on, you will be the little princess of our Divine Fist sect. I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you." That kind and warm attitude was simply not like he was treating an honorary elder, but more like he was treating his own daughter. Xiaojun's eyes turned red. "My father took his medicine today. He either hit or scolded me, but he treats that violent girl Zhao Xinian like his own daughter. Who is his real daughter?" Yi Fei was also speechless, but looking at the attitude of the Divine Fist sect, he knew that Zhao Xinian and the others would have a good life in the Divine Fist sect in the future. However, if the Divine Fist sect took advantage of them, it would be too easy for them. So just when Xiao Feng was the happiest, Yi Fei walked over and cupped his hands. "Master, since we have joined the Divine Fist sect, I have a presumptuous request." "Ha, Elder Yi, you don't have to be so polite. We are all a family. You want cultivation resources, right? How many do you want? Just tell us. Even if we have to sell everything, we will definitely provide for your cultivation." Having picked up 2 big gold ingots in a row, Xiao Feng and the group of elders were all so excited that they were humming a song. At this time, Yi Fei's face darkened. He was waiting for Xiao Feng to say this. "Thank you, Master. I don't need many spirit stones, just 5 million upper-grade spirit stones. Just treat it as my and senior brother Zhao's appearance fee." "Master, when are you going to give me this batch of spirit stones?" Yi Fei stretched out his hand, without the slightest shame of asking for too much. Chapter 771. Famous in the Outer Sea, Yi Fei's words shocked Xiafeng and the other elders. 5 million spiritual stones? That was not a small amount. Even the Immortal Fist sect would have to suffer a great loss if they had to fork out such a large amount of spiritual stones. "Yi Fei, isn't 5 million spiritual stones too much? Besides, you're only at stage 5 of Wujun. Why do you need so many spiritual stones?" Xiaofeng asked in a low voice. As the sect leader of the Immortal Fist sect, he could understand why Yi Fei needed spiritual stones for cultivation. However, Yi Fei's request was too large. Yi Fei also understood the doubts of the Immortal Fist sect. He could only explain vaguely. "Sect leader, I am not blackmailing you. I really need a large amount of spiritual stones because I have 4 primordial spirits." Yi Fei had no choice but to reveal a little of his secret. Hearing this, many elders of the Immortal Fist sect were so shocked that their tongues were stuck out. "What? 4 primordial spirits?" As expected of the genius who obtained the sacred sect's inheritance. "Luckily, we didn't make you our enemy." Xiaojun bitterly smiled. He finally understood why Yi Fei could face 3 invincible martial lords by himself. Sigh. Comparisons are odious indeed. After knowing that Yi Fei had 4 primordial spirits, Xiaojun also showed an envious look. Xiaofeng was both angry and amused. "Bastard, if you're willing to work hard, you might not be able to cultivate 4 primordial spirits, but 2 is still possible." After saying this, Xiaofeng thought for a while and nodded to Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, give us some time. We will give you an answer in 3 days. What do you think?" "Okay, I will wait." Yi Fei nodded. The elders of the Immortal Fist sect were relieved. After all, 5 million upper spiritual stones was not a small amount. Even if the Immortal Fist sect could afford it, it would take a lot of effort. However, the fact that Yi Fei had 4 primordial spirits still shocked the Holy Fist sect deeply. Anyone who could cultivate multiple primordial spirits was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Such a genius would definitely become an omnipotent sage in the future. This was also the reason why the Godly Fist sect was willing to support Yi Fei. By spending 5 million upper-grade spiritual stones, they would be able to befriend a heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage. In the future, the Godly Fist sect would be able to reap even more rewards. Not to mention that Yi Fei was the honorary elder of the Divine Fist sect. Compared to the liveliness on the Divine Fist sect side, the island where the Sky Sword sect was located seemed a little gloomy, especially the death of Wang Han, which was a huge blow to the Sky Sword sect. As the strongest genius of the Heavenly Sword sect, Wang Han had always been placed high hopes on by the Heavenly Sword sect. In fact, in order to send Wang Han to the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy in the Central Region, the Heavenly Sword sect had secretly prepared for several decades. In the end, all of these preparations went up in smoke with Wang Han's death. After hearing the news of his son's death, the Heavenly Sword sect master, who was still cultivating, didn't say anything. It wasn't until 2 days later, when the Heavenly Sword sect master finished his cultivation, that a belated roar could be heard from the entire Sky Sword sect. Hunter, don't worry. Father won't let your death be in vain. Yifei, pass down my order. Find his whereabouts at all costs, and then kill him. Kill everyone related to him, and bury them with my son. Sect master, we have bad news. We received news that Yi Fei led a group of wandering cultivators, Wu Jun, to join the Divine Fist sect and even became an honorary elder. At this moment, a spy from the Sky Sword sect rushed in and reported the news. The entire Sky Sword sect was in an uproar. What? The Divine Fist sect actually dares to go against our Sky Sword sect? Damn it. I've already said that the Divine Fist sect can't be trusted. They will betray our chaotic ocean sooner or later. Was shameless Divine Fist sect. Sect master, please give the order immediately. We will mobilize our troops and destroy the Divine Fist sect. That's right. Destroy the Divine Fist sect and capture the Yi Fei. Our Sky Sword sect is the #1 power in the external endless ocean. The Divine Fist sect's action of accommodating Yi Fei made all the elders of the Sky Sword sect furious. They felt that this was a serious provocation from the Divine Fist sect. As the #1 power in the chaotic ocean, the Sky Sword sect could not tolerate such provocation. At the same time, on the main island of the Divine Dragon Island, behind an old man holding a fishing rod, a group of Divine Dragon Island's experts in golden robes knelt. They were Wu Jun's experts. The leader was Gue Qi, who had fought with Xia Jingyi before. Gue Qi knelt down and reported, Island Master, this is the situation. Once Yi Fei appeared, he killed Wang Han and the 3 white-robed elders of the Sky Sword sect. He even colluded with the Divine Fist sect. This is outrageous. We cannot allow another Zhao Qianjun to appear in the external endless ocean. Island Master, please make a decision. Make a decision? What I need to do now is to fish. As long as the fish is hooked, our Divine Dragon Island will always be in an invincible position. All of you retreat. Let's wait and see. After the old man finished speaking, he began to fish leisurely. However, there was no bait on his hook. Island Master, the Wu Jun of the Divine Dragon Island were all confused. They did not know what the Island Master meant, but they did not dare to ask. They could only retreat unwillingly. When there was no one around, the old man snorted coldly. He looked up at the sky and said, it seems that the Divine Fist sect has realized that the Sky Sword sect and I have decided to work together to eradicate the Divine Fist sect. In order to save themselves, they thought of allying with that Yi Fei. However, a genius who has yet to mature. Even if he has the inheritance of the Sage sect, I will not allow him to leave the chaotic ocean alive. After the old man finished speaking, he threw the fishing rod into the sky. The hook instantly hooked onto a ferocious bird that was flying in the sky. It fell into the sea and became bait for the sea beast to fight over. The seawater was dyed red. Of course, it was not only the Divine Dragon Island and the Sky Sword sect who were secretly inquiring about Yi Fei. There were more than 10 other families and forces in the chaotic ocean who were secretly spreading the news of that great battle. What? Yi Fei killed Wang Han and blocked the attack of the 3 unrivaled Wu Jun? What? The Divine Fist sect actually accepted Yi Fei as an honorary elder? Could it be that the 3 great sects are officially going to break off relations? Sigh. Who would have thought that after 20 years of peace in the chaotic ocean, there would be another bloody storm? No, I have to go into seclusion now. I will come out 10 years later. These families and forces were all small forces that depended on the 3 great sections. When they heard that there was a rift between the three great sects and that they might start a war, these families were all afraid that they would become cannon fodder. The Wu Jun of the Zheng family who returned to the Zheng family were secretly rejoicing. The family head is wise. Those warriors from the North region are too scary. Yes, I thought that there was no one left in the North region after the 6 sacred sects were destroyed. Who would have thought that in less than 20 years, there would be Zhao Qianjun and now Yi Fei? Who do you think is stronger, Yi Fei or Zhao Qianjun? These Wu Jun of the Zheng family were discussing outside. Inside the meeting hall, Patriarch Zheng Guang's eyebrows twitched when he heard the news of Wang Han's death. Damn it, we're in big trouble now. Thinking about it, Wang Han's death was indirectly caused by my Zheng family. If the Sky Sword sect blames us, my entire family will be buried with Wang Han. Father, don't scare me. I escaped with great difficulty, and I still have 18 concubines. I don't want to die. At most, we will go and apologize to Yi Fei. We will also ask for the protection of the Divine Fist sect. Chapter 772. Apologize, shut up. If it weren't for you, how would our Zheng family be involved in such a calamity? Zheng Guang roared at Zheng Wei. Zheng Wei shook his head and explained, Father, that's not right. I only wanted to deal with Zhao Shinian. It was your idea to deal with Yi Fei, right? You're the one who caused the trouble. You decapitated dog. You still dare to say that you can't afford to offend Yi Fei. But can you afford to offend Zhao Qianjun, that demon's daughter? Take him away and lock him up for 100 years. When he has the strength of a half-step mighty, then come out. Zheng Guang flew into a rage out of humiliation, raised his hand and slapped Zheng Wei. Zheng Wei suddenly turned pale with fright. Father, you want to lock me up for 100 years? Then what about my 18 concubines? Father, don't. I know I was wrong. I won't expose your shortcomings again. Save me. But this was the master's order. Who dared to disobey? Zheng Wei suddenly cried and fainted in the training room. After Zheng Wei was taken away, Zheng Jing, who was standing at the side, cautiously suggested, Patriarch, although eldest young master is in the wrong, what he said is not without reason. We can't afford to offend Yi Fei, and the Sky Sword sect will definitely hold a grudge against us. Rather than being unable to please both sides, why don't we completely side with one side and switch to another? Only then did Zheng Guang sigh. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, Sigh, of course I understand this logic. But even if we're willing to apologize, Yi Fei has to accept it first. Otherwise, why would I lock up all my sons? It's all for the sake of preserving the bloodline of the family, in case something happens. Master, you actually... Zheng Jing's expression was shocked. The Zheng Guang, in his impression, had always been an ambitious and ruthless person. But because of the matter of Yi Fei, the master had the feeling of a hero past his prime. Don't ask anymore, Zheng Jing, before the 3 major sects officially start fighting, come with me. With that, Zheng Guang left the Zheng family with Zheng Jing. The two very quickly arrived outside the Divine Fist sect. Coincidentally, at this time, Zhao Shinian was gathering the loose cultivators that had rushed over. Seeing that the Zheng family had come again, Zhao Shinian's eyes widened. What are you doing here? Do you want to kill us? What? Someone dares to kill the honorary elder of our Divine Fist sect? Zheng clan, you must be tired of living. Elder Zhao, don't be afraid. This old man is here. As long as you give the order, this old man will single-handedly wipe out the entire Zheng clan. The present Zhao Shinian was the pearl of the Divine Fist sect. As soon as they heard that someone was going to harm Zhao Shinian, more than 10 invincible Wu Jun instantly appeared. Zheng Jing was scared out of his wits. Zhao Shinian had such a high status in the Divine Fist sect. Then how high was Yi Fei's status? Zheng Guang, Zheng Jing, it's you guys. What are you doing here? Yi Fei happened to be nearby when he heard that the Zheng family was outside, so he came over with Xia Jun. When he saw Yi Fei and the young master of the Divine Fist sect walking over while talking and laughing, Zheng Guang finally could not remain calm. He was secretly glad that he had made the decision. Young Master Yi, our Zheng family has offended you. This old man is here to apologize. Here are 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Young Master Yi, please accept it. Zheng Guang straightforwardly handed over a space ring to Yi Fei. There were exactly 500,000 high-grade spirit stones inside. In the beastmark space, Xiao Chao was drooling. Yi Fei was still very dissatisfied. What's going on? Zheng Wei clearly said that if I let him go, he would give me 1 million. Why is there a difference of 500,000? What, 1 million? That little bastard wants to wipe out my Zheng family? 1 million high-grade spirit stones was too large a sum for the Zheng family. This was simply the sum of all the spirit stones that the Zheng family had gathered. In the end, because of one sentence from Zheng Wei, it was all lost. Even though Zheng Guang was shrewd, he was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Unfortunately, Yi Fei had already stated his conditions. If they did not agree now, what awaited the Zheng family was destruction. If they gritted their teeth and agreed, even if they went bankrupt, as long as they were still alive, the Zheng family would still have a chance to rise again. When he understood this point, Zheng Guang was so angry that his lips were trembling, but he still gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, as long as young master Yi can forgive us, even if we have to sell everything we have, we will still be able to gather 1 million. However, young master Yi, please give us 1 month's time. After all, it would take time to sell the family's property. Since the Zheng family had already expressed their sincerity to apologize, it would be a waste if he did not accept the spirit stones that were given to him. Yi Fei quickly put away the spirit stones and said, "All right, I will give you 1 month's time. We will waive the IOU. After all, many things could happen in a month's time. If the Zheng family really wanted to renege on the debt, the IOU would be useless. Yi Fei might as well be generous this time. Thank you, young Master Yi. We will definitely deliver the 500,000 superior grade spirit stones in a month's time." After saying this, Zheng Guang seemed to have aged several decades. Zheng Jing felt an inexplicable sadness when he saw this. Both of them understood that the Zheng family had suffered a huge loss this time. They would probably need at least 100 or 200 years to recover, and that was under the premise that there were no external enemies. Looking at their bleak backs, Yi Fei felt some sympathy. However, an enemy was an enemy. He would not be soft-hearted at all. Wait! Yi Fei thought of something and suddenly called out to Zheng Guang. "Do you still have the demon frenzy pill that you used to deal with me?" Yi Fei felt that the demon frenzy pill was not bad. After consuming it, one's combat strength would increase to that of a half-step mighty figure. If he could get his hands on one, it would be another way to save his life. So young master Yi wants the demon frenzy pill. I happen to have the last one here. Upon hearing this, Zheng Guang quickly gave the last demon frenzy pill that he had hidden on him to Yi Fei. Then, Zheng Guang sternly told Yi Fei about the side effects of the pill. It turned out that the demon frenzy pill was bought by the Sky Sword sect from an evil sect in Zhongzhou by chance. Although it had a powerful effect, and any Wu Jun who consumed it would immediately have the combat strength of a half-step mighty figure, the side effects were terrifying. After consuming it, one's cultivation level would drop by 3 levels. The lower Wu Jun's strength, the more his cultivation level would drop. Young Master Yi, you have to be careful. Only the Sky Sword sect has the Demon Frenzy pill. I also learned a secret by chance. The Demon Frenzy pill is also divided into different levels. The early stage Demon Frenzy pill can increase one's combat strength to that of a half-step mighty figure. The mid-stage Demon Frenzy pill can increase one's combat strength to that of a true all-powerful figure. Zheng Guang told Yi Fei about the side effects of the Demon Frenzy pill in detail. Then, he hesitated for a while before sending a voice transmission to him, telling him the secret information that he had learned by chance. Zheng Guang wasn't being kind. He was just worried that if Yi Fei and the Divine Fist sect weren't a match for the combined forces of the Sky Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Island, the Zheng family would be the next to be destroyed. Therefore, the longer the stalemate between Yi Fei and the 3 major sects, the better it would be for the Zheng family. When Yifei heard this news, he was also shocked. Then, he sent a voice transmission. The early stage demon frenzy pill is already very exaggerated. Does the Sky Sword sect have the mid-stage demon frenzy pill? Chapter 773. Huge amount of spiritual stones after revealing the information. Zheng Guang was about to leave in disappointment. Yifei's face darkened. He shouted at Zheng Guang's back, "Patriarch Zheng, if your information is true, you don't have to pay the remaining 500,000 spiritual stones." Yifei. Zheng Guang turned around in surprise and shock. They were enemies, but in order to protect himself, he had purposely leaked the information. Yifei had waived his debt and given the Zheng family a way out. Zheng Guang finally understood why a big sect, like the Divine Fist sect, could resist the temptation to befriend Yifei. The martial artists that came out of the Northern Domain are indeed not ordinary people. It's dangerous to go against such people. On the other hand, befriending them will bring us more benefits. This is also the reason why our Zheng clan can't catch up with the Divine Fist sect. Zheng Guang sighed. He finally fell silent, no longer having the aura of a hero. It seems that Zheng Guang is disheartened this time. On Mount Wuji, Xiaofeng and Xia Zheng stood on high ground. They clearly saw the whole process of the Zheng clan's apology and Zheng Guang's back as he left. Xia Zheng couldn't help but sigh. Xiaofeng nodded and said in a deep voice, "It's good that Zheng Guang has lost his ambition. At least now we can be sure that the Zheng clan won't stand on the side of the Sky Sword sect. What's left is to test the attitude of the other clans." By the way, Patriarch, Zheng Guang gave Yi Fei 500,000 upper spiritual stones as compensation. This is not a small amount. Do you think we should pay the 5 million spiritual stones that Yi Fei asked for? Xia Zheng suddenly thought of this, and his face darkened. Xiaofeng was also very depressed. 5 million upper spiritual stones was all that the Divine Fist sect had. If they gave it to Yi Fei, the Divine Fist sect wouldn't be able to recover to its current size for decades. However, thinking of Yi Fei's 4 primordial spirits and Zheng Guang's decisiveness, Xiaofeng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. No matter how precious the spirit stones are, they're just worldly possessions. Even Zheng Guang is willing to accept them. Is our Divine Fist sect inferior to the small Zheng family? Pass down my orders. Send the spirit stones to Elder Yi right now. Yes. Xia Zheng hurriedly went to deal with this matter. He knew that once Xiaofeng made such a decision, he would completely support Yi Fei. From now on, Yi Fei would be glorious, and so would the Divine Fist sect. If anything were to happen to Yi Fei, the Divine Fist sect would definitely suffer as well. Elder Xiao, what did you say? The sect leader actually wants me to go in a seclusion in the Divine Fist sect's treasury. When Yi Fei returned to his room, Xia Feng came looking for him. Since he had decided to support Yi Fei completely, Xiaofeng decided to be a good person until the end. Not only did he give Yi Fei 5 million spiritual stones, but he also opened the safest treasury in the Divine Fist sect so that Yi Fei could cultivate in it. Yi Fei sighed. The Divine Fist sect has done me a huge favor this time. Elder Xia Zheng, please tell the sect leader that from now on, the Divine Fist sect's business is my business. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the treasury of the Divine Fist sect. As soon as he walked in, a terrifying wave of spiritual qi rushed towards him like a tidal wave. This was the spiritual qi wave formed by 5 million upper spiritual stones gathered together. It was also the best place for cultivation. When Xiao Qiao, who was hiding in the beast mark, felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy, she couldn't hold back anymore. When she found that there was no one around, she ran out and jumped onto the mountain of spirit stones, happily rolling around. Seeing that Yi Fei had no idea what to do, Xiao Qiao picked up a spiritual stone and took a bite. Seeing that Yi Fei did not object, Xiao Qiao secretly picked up a spiritual stone and took another bite. Then she stared at Yi Fei with her big black eyes to see his reaction. Yi Fei could not help laughing. With such a large amount of spiritual stones, he certainly would not forget Xiao Chao. Coincidentally, the Zheng family also compensated him with 500,000 upper spiritual stones. These spiritual stones were specially prepared by Yi Fei for Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao, take these spiritual stones. You must eat them sparingly. After saying that, Yi Fei took Xiao Chao to one side and let her play by herself. Then he sat down cross-legged on the mountain of spiritual stones. My current realm is only level 5 Wujun. At most, I can remain undefeated when facing invincible Wujun. However, the sect leaders of the 3 major sects are all half-step almighties. If I want to deal with the threat of the Sky Sword sect, I have to raise my combat strength to the level of a half-step almighty. This was also the reason why Yi Fei requested so many spiritual stones from the Divine Fist sect. After all, although the 12 primordial spirits were powerful, it also increased the difficulty of cultivation for Yi Fei by 12 times. Even if Yi Fei had a Heaven Grade 10 talent, he could at most maintain the cultivation speed of an ordinary warrior. If he wanted to raise his strength quickly and deal with the revenge of the Sky Sword sect, he had to use the spiritual chi of the huge spiritual stones to force a breakthrough. I hope that I can successfully raise my combat strength to the level of a half-step almighty this time. If it really didn't work, he could only use the Frenzy Demon Elixir to force a breakthrough. However, the side effects of the Elementary Frenzy Demon Elixir were also very scary. After using it, his cultivation level would drop by 3 levels. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yi Fei would never use it. Boom! The Tao of Azura and the Tao of War Demon. These 2 paths can allow me to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. However, if I can use the principle of Tai Chi to combine the 2, I will definitely be able to walk a different path. A martial arts path that belongs to me. Yi Fei slowly closed his eyes and began to focus on refining the 5 million upper spiritual stones before him. As the strongest genius in the chaotic ocean and the most favored son of the Sky Sword sect leader, Wang Han's death was undoubtedly a great humiliation to the Sky Sword sect. Many elders of the Sky Sword sect were immersed in grief and anger. In the chaotic ocean, our Sky Sword sect is the sky and the earth. We are the ruler and the emperor. If we want someone to die, that person will have to die. If we want someone to die, we will wipe out the entire family. That person's family must be wiped out. Sect leader, the puny Zheng family not only killed young Master Wang Han, but they also secretly reconciled with Yi Fei. They should be punished. I request that we bring people and wipe out the Zheng family immediately. Although Zheng Guang went to the Divine Fist sect secretly, he couldn't hide it from the eyes and ears of the Sky Sword sect. The elders of the Sky Sword sect were furious. The Sky Sword sect leader sat on the main seat with a cold face. When he heard the news of the Zheng family's betrayal, he wasn't angry or expressionless. Only his bloodshot eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. After pondering for a long time, the Sky Sword sect leader said, "The Zheng family is just an ant on the ground. We can wipe them out with a finger. However, the alliance between the Divine Fist sect and Yi Fei is a huge threat. We have to use all our energy to deal with it." Sect leader, the Divine Fist sect has a blood feud with the North region. However, they suddenly changed their attitude and fully supported Yi Fei. This is very strange. There were also some calmer elders who couldn't understand this matter. The Sky Sword sect leader's face twitched. Chapter 774. Eightfold Wu Jun. What? Sectmaster, you're planning to annihilate the Divine Fist sect? No wonder. It's a pity that we couldn't capture the young master of the Divine Fist sect. Otherwise, the Divine Fist sect would have been annihilated long ago. Sectmaster, what should we do now? Should we gather our men and attack the Divine Fist sect? The elders of the Sky Sword sect gave their suggestions. Sectmaster Wang Hong neither nodded nor shook his head. He just sat on the chair with his eyes closed, as if he was waiting for something. This wait lasted for 3 whole days. On the shore, the Divine Dragon Island Lord sighed and shook his head. Wang Hong, that old man, he's still putting on airs even when disaster is imminent. However, while the Heavenly Sword sect can afford it, my divine Dragon Island can't. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. This time, I lower my head to Wang Hong. Soon, all the martial artists in the entire chaotic sea will have to lower their heads to me. Putting away his fishing rod, Demon Cloud Old Man took a deep look at the bottom of the divine Dragon Island. A strong sense of confidence flashed across his body. Rumble. Soon, a huge demonic cloud floated in the sky above the Sky Sword sect. Sitting on the chair, Wang Hong finally opened his eyes. A smug and mocking expression flashed across his face. Demon Cloud Old Man, didn't you want to sit on the fishing platform and watch the war between our two sects? You're a little early. Only now did the elders of the Sky Sword sect know that the sect master didn't make a move because he was waiting for the divine Dragon Island to declare their stance. After all, the Sky Sword sect and the divine Dragon Island were both major sections. If they were joined forces, they would have to decide who would be in the lead. Therefore, Wang Hong and Demon Cloud Old Man were both biding their time. The one who bowed first would definitely be in a subordinate position. In the end, Demon Cloud Old Man was the first to lose his cool. After all, he was old and didn't have much lifespan left. Only by killing Yi Fei as soon as possible and obtaining the Sage Sect's inheritance would he be able to break through earlier and gain more lifespan. Therefore, Demon Cloud Old Man did not get angry when he heard Wang Hong's ridicule. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said to Wang Hong, "Brother Wang, that Yi Fei is not an ordinary person. In order to deal with us, the Divine Fist sect will definitely do their best to help Yi Fei improve his strength. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us." "Oh, Demon Cloud Old Man, what do you mean?" Wang Hong glanced at him indifferently. An imperceptible anger flashed across the Demon Cloud Old Man's eyes, but he still lowered his head and cupped his hands. Of course, it's to invite the Heavenly Sword sect master to lead us as the leader of the Chaotic Ocean and exterminate the Divine Fist sect, a traitor who defected to the North region. Rumble. Within the treasure vault, the rumbling sounds were unceasing. As Yi Fei cultivated deeper, even the safest treasure vault of the Divine Fist sect showed signs of collapsing. This also frightened the group of Divine Dragon Island's elders. What kind of skill is Elder Yi practicing? Just the aura he's emitting is already so terrifying. It's over. Our treasury won't be unable to withstand it and directly explode, right? That's our foundation for hundreds of years. Xia Jun was also alarmed by Yi Fei's cultivation. He walked over and looked at the shaking treasury enviously. As expected of Brother Yi, even cultivation can cause such a big commotion. If Brother Yi can accompany me to the central province, my dream of establishing a country of women will definitely be realized. Brat, what nonsense are you talking about again? Look at Yi Fei, and then look at yourself. If you don't cultivate properly, I'll beat you to death today. Suddenly, Xia Feng walked over. Without saying a word, he grabbed Xia Jun and threw him into the sky. Countless slaps formed a hurricane and crazily hit Xia Jun. Xia Jun screamed on the spot. "Father, am I really your biological son? Every time I come back, you either hit or kick me. Brat, you still dare to be stubborn. Who told you to be born with a physique that's asking for a beating? If I don't beat you harder, when we go to the central province, I estimate that you won't be able to live for more than a year. Don't just stand there, come over and beat him hard." Xia Feng was not satisfied with beating his son. He also called the surrounding elders to join in. In the end, even Zhao Xinyan, Jing Wushou, and the others could not resist the temptation of beating up the young master. They also excitedly rushed over and beat Xia Jun. Strange, why do I seem to hear Xia Jun screams? Could it be that I've been cultivating too hard and am hallucinating? In the treasury, Yi Fei slowly opened his eyes. After a week of continuous, sleepless cultivation, he finally completely refined the 5 million high-grade spirit stones in front of him. If it were other martial artists, absorbing such a large amount of spiritual qi in such a short period of time they would have already exploded on the spot or gone mad. But Yi Fei was different. He had 12 primordial spirits in his body. Although 5 million high-grade spirit stones was an exaggeration, but if the 12 primordial spirits were to absorb at the same time, Yi Fei could still persist. Unfortunately, even 5 million high-grade spirit stones can only allow me to forcibly break through to the 8th level of Wujun. If I want to break through to the 9th level, I estimate that I will need another 5 million. As for the 10th level of Wujun, I estimate that without 10 million high-grade spirit stones, I won't be able to break through. Yi Fei very gloomily checked his cultivation level. The higher his cultivation level, the more he felt the drawbacks of the cultivation of the primordial spirit. At this time, he finally understood why primordial spirit martial artists only appeared in ancient times. In the current Tianwu continent, even the geniuses of the central province, many of them cultivated a single primordial spirit. The reason was that the more primordial spirits one had, the more difficult it was to break through to the next level. If it were the same 5 million high-grade spirit stones, if it were Wu Jun who cultivated a single primordial spirit, without considering the consequences of forcibly breaking through, it would be completely possible for him to instantly break through from the 1st level of Wu Jun to the 10th level of Wu Jun in a short period of time. However, Yi Fei could not do so. Every increase in the 12 primordial spirits required a shocking amount of energy. This was after Yi Fei had tried his best to conserve energy. He had only managed to raise his cultivation level from the 5th level of Wu Jun to the 8th level of Wu Jun. If he wanted to continue raising his cultivation level, even if his physical body could endure it, the spirit stones would not be able to, especially now that the Tianwu continent was still in a period of extreme scarcity of spirit stones. This was definitely a nightmare for martial artists who cultivated multiple primordial spirits. Sensing the amount of spirit stones needed to break through to the next level, Yi Fei now had a feeling of wanting to cry, but had no tears to shed. Even a big sect like the Divine Fist sect can only take out 5 million high-grade spirit stones. This is already the limit. If I tell the Divine Fist sect that I need 15 million high-grade spirit stones to break through to the 10th level of Wu Jun, the elders of the Divine Fist sect will definitely drive me away. But without enough spirit stones, how can I continue to raise my cultivation level? Should I borrow more spirit stones from Xiao Chao? Yi Fei secretly glanced at Xiao Chao, who was playing next to him, and quickly lowered his head dejectedly. Yi Fei was very depressed to find that while he was cultivating, Xiao Chao had already eaten the 500,000 high-grade spirit stones like biscuits. Now, Xiao Chao was lying on the ground with a bulging belly, covered with a small blanket, and sleeping soundly. Damn, Xiao Chao can eat too much. It seems that unless I destroy the 3 big sects, I will not be able to break through to the 10th level of Wu Jun in a short period of time. Chapter 775. War of the 3 Sects. Since I can't raise my realm, I can only focus on cultivating the path of the god of war and condense a stronger power of Azura. That way, I can still fight against a half-step mighty. Although Wu Jun was a little discouraged by his failure to break through to the 10th stage, Yi Fei did not lose his confidence. After all, he already had a combat power of 1 million when he was only a martial king. After breaking through to Wu Jun Stage 8, Yi Fei's combat power would increase by another 6 million. The combat power of a half-step almighty was generally around 3 million, while the combat power of an absolute almighty was around 5 million. In other words, Yi Fei's current combat strength was only about 400,000 away from a half-almighty. In the northern region, where resources were scarce, it was almost impossible to make up for the 400,000 combat power gap. However, in the outer sea, where the spiritual qi was relatively abundant, it was not impossible for Yi Fei to make up for the 400,000 combat power gap in a short period of time. After all, he still possessed the Azura Sage King's Battle God's Path, a martial god's ultimate technique. The Battle God Dao, is the forbidden Tao of the ancient geniuses. However, the forbidden domain of the ancient geniuses is innate. However, the battle god, Tao, allows me to obtain the same forbidden domain as the ancient geniuses. As long as I cultivate the battle god Tao to a certain level, I will be able to jump a few levels and challenge opponents above my level. Currently, my God of War path is only at the 2nd level. In other words, I can only fight those 2 levels above me. My combat power is just at the minimum requirement of a half-step mighty. However, this is still not enough. The Sky Sword Sect Master and the Divine Dragon Island Lord are both senior experts who have been half-step almighties for many years. If I want to defeat them, it's best if I can raise my war god, Tao, to the 3rd level. This way, I will have the ability to fight across 3 levels. Yi Fei continued to ponder. Finally, he found a way to resolve the crisis. Thus, he became focused again. He began to focus on his cultivation. While Yi Fei was cultivating the Heavenly Sword Sect, after several days of negotiations, the demon cloud old man gritted his teeth and made his final request in the face of the Heavenly Sword Sect that refused to budge an inch. Brother Wong, this time, our Divine Dragon Island can fully cooperate with you to eliminate the Divine Fist Sect. However, we must get 30% of the Divine Fist Sect's benefits. 3 out of 10? Devil Cloud Island Master. Isn't your request too excessive? 20%? This is our Heavenly Sword Sect's final concession. Wang Hong said coldly. Although he was eager to avenge his son, the Heavenly Sword Sect was used to being arrogant in the chaotic ocean, and Wang Hong had always been a domineering person. In the past, when a Heavenly Sword Sect fought with other factions, they would never pay any price. They would directly order the other faction to send out their men and strength, running to the front lines as cannon fodder for the Heavenly Sword Sect. Even if the entire faction of the Heavenly Sword Sect was annihilated, they wouldn't receive a single word of gratitude from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Instead, they would take the opportunity to swallow up the other faction. Wang Hong had already made an exception for the Demon Cloud Old Man on account of the fact that the Demon Cloud Old Man was a half-step almighty, giving 20% of the benefits to the Divine Dragon Island. All right, 20% it is. However, we will only help you fight against the Divine Fist Sect. You'll have to deal with Yi Fei yourself. The Demon Cloud Old Man tried to persuade the Sky Sword Sect to give him more benefits, but he still couldn't get the Sky Sword Sect to give him more benefits. He was furious, but the smile on his face became even more benevolent. All right, you don't need to say anything about Yi Fei. I will personally kill him as a sacrifice to my son's soul in heaven. Wang Hong's eyes were filled with hatred. The hatred of his son's death was absolutely irreconcilable. He would definitely not let Yi Fei off. The Heavenly Sword Sect's position in the chaotic ocean was not to be challenged. Since Brother Wong has already made up his mind, this old man will go back and gather everyone on the Divine Dragon Island to attack the Divine Fist Sect. The Demon Cloud Old Man stood up and wanted to leave. Demon Cloud Island Master, please wait. Although I can't give you more benefits, since we are allies, I can't treat you unfairly. Take this intermediate frenzy demonic pill. After consuming it, you will immediately obtain the combat strength of an almighty. At the crucial moment, we have to guard against the Divine Fist Sect's desperate actions. Wang Hong suddenly smiled and enthusiastically handed a black pill to the Demon Cloud Island Master. The Demon Cloud Island Master was also shocked. What? Intermediate frenzy demonic pill? I have long heard that Sect Master is related to the Heavenly Tao Academy in the Central Region. I didn't expect Brother Wong to have such a treasure. However, I wonder if this intermediate frenzy demonic pill has the same side effect as the early frenzy demonic pill. The Demon Cloud Old Man didn't immediately accept it. Pills that could rapidly increase one's combat strength had very serious side effects. Demon Cloud Island Master, don't worry too much. I gave you this pill to deepen our friendship. The side effect of the intermediate frenzy demonic pill is that one's cultivation realm will drop by 5 levels. I gave you one just in case. Wang Hong explained sincerely. Only then did the demon cloud old man feel relieved and accepted the intermediate frenzy demonic pill. He then looked at Wang Hong with gratitude and flew away. After leaving, the demon cloud old man didn't have any ideas. When he happily took away the frenzied demonic pill, many elders of the Heavenly Sword sect looked at him like a dead man. A cold and sinister smile flashed across the corner of Wang Hong's mouth. You actually want to take benefits from my Sky Sword sect. Once the Divine Fist sect is destroyed, your Divine Dragon Island will be next. Damn Wang Hong. The Heavenly Sword sect has always been domineering. How could he be so kind as to give me such a precious intermediate frenzy demonic pill? This pill can't be fake, right? After returning to Divine Dragon Island, the demon cloud old man became suspicious. He simply cut off a small piece from the edge of the frenzy demonic pill and put it into the tea. Gue Chi, come and see me. Island Master, you were looking for me. Gue Chi quickly appeared and respectfully kowtowed. The demon cloud old man was very satisfied. Gue Chi was his most trusted confidant and his adopted son. Even so, the demon cloud old man still decided to use Gue Chi to test the poison. Gue Chi, this is the enlightenment tea that I obtained by chance. Drink it and try to increase your strength before the war between our three sects. Many thanks, foster father. Gue Chi will definitely not disappoint you. Gue Chi was incomparably excited. Without hesitation, he drained the cup of enlightenment tea in one gulp. How do you feel? The demon cloud old man quickly asked. My whole body is so hot, as if there's a force that wants to break through my body. My combat strength has increased so much. I'm going to become a half-step almighty. No, my body is going to explode. Father, I've been loyal to you for decades. How could you use a poison pill to harm me? Finally, Gue Chi, the 10th rank Wu Jun, was killed. An important figure of Divine Dragon Island exploded in front of the demon cloud old man. No matter how hard the demon cloud old man tried to save him, it couldn't be avoided. The demon cloud old man's face suddenly flashed with a touch of bitter coldness. Wang Hong, you ingrate. Our three sects haven't even started the war yet, and you're already scheming against me. You even killed my most beloved adopted son. I'll never let you go. The demon cloud old man had completely forgotten that he was the one who caused Gue Chi's death. He also didn't immediately settle the score with the Heavenly Sword sect. After all, the Heavenly Sword sect was still the main force to destroy the Divine Fist sect. Remember, you didn't see or hear anything. From now on, you will replace Gue Chi's position and become this old man's adopted son. Sooner or later, this Divine Dragon Island will belong to you. The demon cloud old man called another confidant to collect Gue Chi's body and promised him a lot of benefits. Then, the demon cloud old man left Divine Dragon Island and dived into the deepest part of the sea. Chapter 776. Forced battle deep in the eye of the sea. Mo Yun knelt down in fear. He did not hear any reply, but he was very patient. After a while, he repeated his words again. Only then did an impatient voice come from inside. Mo Yun, didn't I tell you not to disturb my cultivation if there's nothing important? I'm not interested in the grudges of the chaotic ocean. I'm only here to wait for someone. I won't care about anything else. You can leave. The voice ordered him to leave coldly. Mo Yun was not discouraged. After all, he had been with his senior for a few years. Mo Yun knew what kind of things could move the experts inside. Senior, this isn't about the grudges of the chaotic ocean. It's about a kid who has the inheritance of the sage sect. He ran into the chaotic ocean. I think this might be the best opportunity for you to enter the omnipotent supreme sage realm. I dare not neglect this, so I came to tell you. Mo Yun said sincerely. These words immediately shook the eye of the sea. Then, a tall figure walked out of the eye of the sea and asked in surprise, Inheritance of the sage sect? Are you sure? If you dare to lie to me, I'll turn your divine dragon island into ashes. Boom! After he finished speaking, the tall figure suddenly exuded a terrifying aura. This aura made Mo Yun Old Man, a half-step almighty, tremble in fear. This was because the person standing in front of him was a true, absolute Earth Almighty. More than 4 years ago, this Almighty had taken a fancy to this sea, and cultivated here in seclusion. It could be said that he had some friendship with the demon cloud Old Man. This was also the reason why Mo Yun Old Man dared to scheme against the Sky Sword sect. Senior, don't worry. I won't lie to you. The inheritance of the Sage sect has really appeared. As long as you catch that kid, it'll be more useful than 1,000 years of cultivation. Mo Yun Old Man swore. Ha ha ha, all right. I know you won't dare to lie to me. Tell me, since you're willing to tell me such news, what do you need me to help you with? Clearly, the tall figure was no fool. Once the Sage sect's inheritance was discovered, which force wouldn't hide it? Since Demon Cloud Old Man was so kind to tell him, there must be a reason. Demon Cloud Old Man didn't hide anything. His eyes were filled with ambition as he shouted, Demon Cloud, don't dream of obtaining the inheritance of the Sage sect. I only hope that Senior can take advantage of this opportunity to help me destroy the Sky Sword sect and the Divine Fist sect so that our Divine Dragon Island can dominate the chaotic ocean. This was Demon Cloud Old Man's true goal. From the beginning to the end, he had been aiming for the hegemony of the chaotic ocean. The tall figure had some understanding of Mo Yun's ambitions. He nodded and said, All right, Mo Yun. If your information is true, I guarantee that you will be the only overlord of the chaotic ocean. You can start now. When the time is right, I will personally take action. Thank you, Senior. I also wish you the best of luck in obtaining the inheritance of the Sage sect and becoming the omnipotent Great Sage as soon as possible. Mo Yun left in high spirits. He understood this mysterious expert's temper very well. As long as he promised something, he would definitely do it. Sky Sword sect, you want to trick me, but you would never have thought that there would be a real almighty expert cultivating in seclusion near my Divine Dragon Island. Let's see who will have the last laugh. After returning to the Divine Dragon Island, the first thing Demon Cloud Old Man did was to gather all the Martial King experts of the Divine Dragon Island and Wujun. They left the Divine Dragon Island and set off for the Divine Fist sect. On the way, Sky Sword sect Master Wang Hong also gathered the forces of the external sea families and a large number of experts of the Sky Sword sect to meet up with the Divine Dragon Islands team. Both sides formed an army of close to 100,000 warriors. They were majestic, covering the sky and the sun as they charged toward the Divine Fist sect. Kill. Destroy the Divine Fist sect. The Divine Fist sect colluded with the North region and betrayed our chaotic ocean. Whoever dares to have anything to do with the Divine Fist sect will be the enemy of the entire chaotic ocean. Young Master Wang Han, you died so miserably. We will capture the Yi Fei and tear him to pieces to avenge you. The disciples of the Sky Sword sect roared. Before they arrived, their voices of revenge had already spread throughout the 5 mountains of the Divine Fist sect. On the mountain peak, a group of elders of the Divine Fist sect had grave expressions as they looked at the Martial King army outside, gradually surrounding the entire Divine Fist sect. Sect Master, what should we do? Damn it, I didn't expect the Sky Sword sect to capture so many families Wu Jun as cannon fodder. It was worth mentioning that when a large number of families weighed the pros and cons and joined the Sky Sword sect's alliance, the Zheng family stood on the side of the Divine Fist sect without hesitation. This was not because Zheng Guang had a backbone, but because he knew that the Zheng family was also responsible for Wang Han's death. With the tyrannical Sky Sword sect, if they destroyed the Divine Fist sect, the Zheng family would be next. Sect Master, should we attack? If we let them come any closer, the entire Divine Fist sect will be completely sealed off, Xia Zheng asked in a low voice. Xia Jun, on the other hand, was standing beside Xiafeng. When he saw the army outside, not only was he not afraid, he was even eager to fight. Xiafeng was quite satisfied with his son's performance on the battlefield. He grinned. Let them surround us. Our Divine Fist sect has been operating here for hundreds of years, and it's already impregnable. Even if they surround us for half a year, they won't be able to break through our defensive formation, Xiaofeng said calmly. Yes, let them stare outside. With Brother Ye's growth speed, he might become an almighty in half a year. Xiaojun was not worried at all. Back then, Zhao Qianjun had reached the 10th level of Wu Jun in a year, and the almighty in a year. Since Zhao Qianjun could do it, Xiaojun believed that Yi Fei could do it too. At the same time, this was what the Divine Dragon Island and the Sky Sword sect were most worried about. Why did they form an alliance in such a hurry? It was because they were afraid of giving Yi Fei too much time. If Yi Fei grew up, he would be their nightmare. Brother Wang, this isn't right. The Divine Fist sect's Mount Wuji is famous for being a turtle shell. If we attack by force, we might not be able to break through even if we attack for half a year. Brother, do you have any good ideas? Demon Cloud Old Man said worriedly. The Divine Fist sect didn't come out despite the army's pressure. They were obviously going to defend to the death and buy time for Yi Fei to grow. Not to mention Demon Cloud Old Man, many families threatened by the Sky Sword sect, including Wu Jun, were also secretly worried. If the Sky Sword sect decided to attack by force, these small forces would definitely become cannon fodder. Seeing that the Divine Fist sect didn't come out, Wang Hong's face flashed with anger and fierceness. At the same time, he comforted Demon Cloud Old Man. Don't worry, Demon Cloud Island Master. This old man promises that even if we can't destroy the Divine Fist sect in a short time, Yi Fei will die in my hands today. Because today is the death anniversary of my son, Yi Fei. Since my son is dead, this Yi Fei won't live either. Men, bring those people to me. Yes. Crash. Behind them came the clanging of chains, shouts, and the cracking of whips. Over 100 ragged northern region martial artists, their faces filled with pain and numbness, were herded forward by the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect like cattle. A few of them were severely injured and had already been tortured to the point of insanity. They were immediately dragged to the front of the Divine Fist sect's defensive array. Slash! Puff! The heads of the 10 northern region warriors all rolled into the sea, causing a commotion among the sea beasts. In the end, even their corpses were completely devoured by the sea beasts. Divine Fist sect, do you see this? This is the fate of those who oppose our Heavenly Sword sect. I know that there are Northern Territory martial artists among you. Immediately tell Yi Fei to come out and accept his death. If he doesn't come out a quarter of an hour later, my Heavenly Sword sect will kill a group of Northern Territory martial artists until they are all dead. Looking at the dead warriors of the North region, Wang Hong's face flashed with a cold and sinister smile. This was his plan. Since the Divine Fist sect wanted to avoid the battle and stall for time, then he would force them to have no choice but to fight head-on. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.